Chapter 541. White City seemed to have a veil of darkness hanging over it. This wasn't particularly unexpected. As far as the citizens of White City were aware, they had just lost the war. The truth of the matter was that with how tight-lipped the city lords had been about this operation, the citizens of Terrain as a whole knew little about what was happening. It was only after they descended onto Earth that these matters were made known to the masses. Unfortunately for some, not all of the citizens trapped here were even citizens of Terrain. Many had come from other worlds to sightsee and purchase various local delicacies and staples. But now, for obvious reasons, the teleportation stations had been shut down. So, these tourists were stuck here in a war they wanted no part of. One way or another, these people would never benefit, so it could be imagined how aggrieved they were feeling. That said, in such a high-stakes environment, not many dared to make their displeasure known on a large scale. By the same token, though, those that did dare to voice out their demands most definitely didn't come from simple backgrounds. This only added to the underlying tension the city was under. It was a situation that Lionel and Aina walked into. They looked toward the looming city gates in silence, their demeanors serious. "Are you sure you want to do this? Why even risk it?" Aina asked. "It can't be for the money, right?" Aina could easily see the value of White City. But, unlike the other nobles, Lionel didn't really have any background. As such, he didn't have subordinates in the truest sense. He didn't have anyone who knew how to manage or run a city, nor did he have anyone who could protect and maintain order. Though he technically had those 250 geniuses, including Nile, they had been recalled to the capital. In addition, they couldn't be truly considered Lionel's men. After all, he had only known them for a short while. That said, if those youths knew that this was Lionel's thinking, they would be greatly disappointed. Though they had only been with Lionel for a short time, the impression he had left on them was everlasting. They were more than willing to follow him if they were just asked. But Lionel hadn't thought so far ahead. He didn't plan on staying on Earth for much longer. The time for Valiant Heart Mountain's entrance ceremony was quickly coming up, so any thoughts of building up a faction on Earth was too far from Lionel's mind. At that moment, the gates to the city opened as a familiar entourage of people walked out. Among them, there was Tyrion, who seemed to have gotten a new pair of glasses. But, compared to the last pair, it was clear that this one wasn't a treasure, so Lionel didn't say anything about it. Tyrion smiled lightly when he laid eyes on Lionel and Aina walking hand in hand. "They'll be leaving this city in your capable hands, then, Prince Lionel." Tyrion smiled lightly. This was the first time Lionel had heard his voice. Even during the negotiations for Camelot, he hadn't breathed a single word. Hearing it now, Lionel felt that his voice was quite soothing, almost too much so. Such a person had the right to treat their words like gold. It was simply too pleasing to listen to him. Not only was his voice deep, but it came out with a certain smoothness that resonated with the heart. One would think you were being lulled into a land of dreams, just being near him. That said, while Tyrion's expression was amiable, the aides following him were quite obviously displeased. Lionel didn't pay very much attention to them, though. Lionel nodded lightly, a warm smile on his face as well. "I'll have to thank you, then. Your efforts are appreciated." Tyrion nodded in response, allowing Lionel and Aina to pass them by and enter the city. The clicking of the large gates caused the ground to tremble. Tyrion and his entourage walked away, brandishing talismans of their own for their use to return to Earth. But by this point, one of the women following behind him couldn't hold back anymore. "Junior Grand Prime Minister, this is really too much." The blonde young lady stamped her feet, feeling aggrieved. They had already slaved for the past week, trying to get the city in tip-top shape. Just when it was finally about time for them to reap their rewards, some long-lost prince swooped in and stole all their hard work. How could she not be pissed? To make matters worse, though some of them had suggested undoing the work they had done and causing some petty problems for Lionel, Tyrion rejected their thoughts in the end. Ultimately, Lionel was handed a city on a silver platter and hardly had to do any work. At this point, his only task was to maintain. Yet, their junior Grand Prime Minister acted as though these matters had nothing to do with him, walking away with a light smile on his face that hadn't faded even now. Seeing that Tyrion didn't explain, the blonde young lady was practically blowing steam out of her ears. Her foot stamped the ground again, but her strength was so great this time that spider webs formed beneath her heels. Somehow, though, her shoes survived the devastation. It was clear that they weren't normal by any stretch. Still, this young lady had the right to be quite willful. At the very least, there were very few people who could reprimand her. Though she didn't have a title like Junior Governor Duke, her father and mother both were from Tier 9 court minister families. Her standing was even higher than a Junior Governor Duke as a result. The untitled nobles of the capital were more respected than out-of-capital nobles by a large margin, especially Tier 9 officials. This is just the way of the world. Tyrion replied with a smile. The powerful do as they please, and the weak move aside. Is there really any problem with that? A silence fell over the entourage, the sound of their footsteps resounding through the darkness. Chapter 542. Lionel walked into the city to find it quite silent. It was clear that Tyrion and the others had done an excellent job. By now, the patrolling troops had been replaced with officials of Earth, a stark change from the 500 youths that had been tasked with maintaining order previously. Though these men and women were less powerful, their training was more substantial, and, most importantly, there were far more of them. Seeing Lionel's entry, the head of the patrol units came forward quickly, saluting respectfully. Prince, Lionel still couldn't quite get used to this form of address, but he thought it would be a bit ridiculous if he asked them all to call him captain, so he let it slide. The patrol. Lionel shook his head. It's fine. You don't need to explain these things to me. He'll be headed to the city lord's mansion. Just be prepared to see to my orders. Here. Lionel handed the head patrol guard a talisman that would make communication smoother. To Lionel, drawing such a talisman was as easy as breathing. Though Lionel hadn't had any formal training in talisman drawing, and it could be considered a profession outside of force crafting, their roots were practically identical. In fact, Lionel was probably better than most low-level talisman crafters thanks to his ability. The profession relied on precision and accuracy, and these were things that Lionel was best at. The head patrol guard was a bit taken aback by Lionel's dismissiveness, but he still respectfully accepted Lionel's talisman and watched as the pair began to walk around the city, seemingly without aim. Every so often, the patrol units would come across Lionel and Aina. Without fail, each would immediately respectfully bow before continuing along their patrolling routes. One of them expected, though, was for this stroll of Lionel's to last so many hours. Initially, many of the patrol guards couldn't help but compare Lionel to Tyrion. If one were comparing the two, it was obvious who was the better at administration. Lionel couldn't even bother to listen to the layout of the city, even to the point of not even asking for a map. In truth, many of the patrolling guards thought that Lionel had lost his way to the city lord's mansion and was now far too embarrassed to ask. But, as Lionel continued to walk around the city, the expressions of the patrolling guards only became weirder. Whereas before they thought that Lionel was aimlessly wasting time, now they weren't so sure. Even if someone wanted to waste time, shouldn't they do it with something enjoyable? Of course, Lionel was having great idle chatter with Aina. Every so often, her laughter would ring through the empty streets and catch the attention of the citizens peeking out their windows with hostile expressions. But even if Lionel's goal was to enjoy his time with Aina, wouldn't they have been better suited in a bedroom? There wasn't even anything to see on the streets. By now, all the stalls were empty, the restaurants were closed, and the citizens were closed off in their homes without the option of stepping out. Just what could there be to see? Yet, Lionel obviously didn't explain himself. He walked down street after street, having a nice chat with Aina. In truth, this had been the longest time Aina spent relaxing in a very long time. Though she felt one part guilty, she couldn't help but feel another part ease as well. This feeling was completely new to her. She couldn't help but enjoy it. Her hand felt very secure in Lionel's. I'm serious, Lionel said sternly. You're insane. Aina rolled her eyes. No person in their right mind would agree with you. It's perfectly logical. Lionel stood his ground. Aina stopped walking, her gaze locking onto Lionel's. Only psychopaths put milk in first. Oh, come on. Think about it. Lionel refused to back down, his eyes lighting with a wild light. If you put in milk first, you can control the amount of cereal. If you put in the perfect amount of cereal, you can finish it all before it gets soggy. Then, you can incrementally add more cereal. You can savor your meal in peak condition. If you put in cereal first, then pour in the milk, unless you're a speed eater, by the time you get to the bottom, you'll have nothing but soggy cereal left. It's practically science. There's nothing wrong with soggy cereal. It's a way of life. Next thing you know, you'll be saying that peanut butter is more important in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Well, Aina was stunned. You gotta be kidding me. Pretend like you don't know me. Hold on, Lionel protested. Jelly is like the icing on a cake. Even though it's good, you can't just make a cake entirely out of icing, right? Peanut butter is the foundation. You have to have more of it. I'm done with you. Aina walked away, pretending to ignore Lionel. Aina, don't walk away. We need to seriously talk about this. Our children need to be educated properly. Aina turned back, a furious blush hiding behind her mask. Who's going to have children with you? Lionel grinned, his smile lighting up the night sky. Good, at least I've still got your attention. It'll slowly teach you the right way to view the world. I can compromise on the PB&J, but I'm drawing a hard line at milk first. I'm trying to start a revolution. Aina shook her head, giggling. Seeing Lionel treat something so trivial so seriously made her oddly happy. After pretending to be angry for a while, Aina eventually let Lionel take her hand again as they walked down the streets. Done. Lionel walked to a dead end with Aina by his side. By now, he had walked down every street the city had to over and mapped it all in his mind. He hadn't missed out on a single detail. Is it possible? Aina asked. It should be, Lionel responded after a long while. It will depend, though. On what? On how many spies Terrain left in this city. Chapter 543. It seems that they've swapped out the city lord. The name of this person is Lionel Morales. He seems to be one of the prime targets for the World Spirit Hunt. In hushed tones, voices communicated back and forth within a residential area of White City. Oddly enough, despite the fact they didn't try to lower their voices in the slightest, if one stood more than a half-meter away from them, hearing their words at all would be a fool's dream. The people of Terrain weren't fools. It was an impossibility that they never considered what might happen should a city of theirs be captured. They were well aware that despite the fact Earth was a fledgling world, the threat they posed to a weaker world like theirs was astronomical. As such, Terrain's goal was never to be perfect. Rather, they had planned for decades, and as such had decades' worth of contingency plans. Just one of these contingencies were the spies left within the city. These people were regular residents. Not only had they not joined the war efforts, but they had even lived in this city for years now. Even if one interviewed every citizen of Terrain, it would be impossible to weed them out. Not only had these people been deeply undercover for several decades, but they were highly intelligent and adept at hiding themselves. There was simply no chance at finding them with any sort of ease. Even Tyrion got a headache dealing with them all. However, Lionel wasn't Tyrion. With a flip of his palm, Lionel retrieved the other half of the communication talisman he left with the head of the patrol units. Hello, right? I have no idea what that prince is. Ah, yes, Prince. At your service. Aina giggled to the side as Lionel shook his head. If he had really wanted to, he could have been listening in on their conversation from beginning to end. It was just that he didn't have the mind to care about the thoughts of these patrolling guards. Action spoke louder than words. Prepare 38 tactical units. No single group can be made of less than 10 individuals. Prepare yourselves to be swift, decisive, and safe. Prince. The head of the patrol units was clearly confused. Where is all of this coming from? What were these units for? Don't ask any questions. Speed is of the utmost importance. Ready yourselves now and go to these locations. When Lionel disconnected the call, the looming darkness over White City seemed to grow heavier. Lionel stood silent before the City Lord mansion, his eyes closed. Begin. The moment his words fell, the city descended into chaos. The sound of breaking doors, screaming women and children, and the loud, badgering shouts and roars of men resonated. Lionel sighed lightly, but he didn't make any moves to stop it. This was war. He had no doubt that of those he caught this time, a majority of them would choose to commit suicide. And of those who failed to go through with it, their states wouldn't be much better. To make matters worse, these spies had long since settled down in this city. They had family, they had friends, they had wives, they had children. In most cases, these family members wouldn't even be aware of the hidden purpose of these spies. All they would see was the fact someone they loved was being dragged away and, in some cases, killed. War was truly a cruel thing. Despite the fact Lionel got to stand here and didn't need to witness any of it personally, he still felt his stomach churn. The feeling was no different from the first time he killed a man. And somehow, he felt that this feeling was even worse in some ways. "Are you all right?" Aina asked softly. Lionel smiled somewhat bitterly. "I'm not, but I will be," he finally replied with a sigh. Aina squeezed Lionel's hand. In truth, she didn't feel much from this matter. One would think that she, as a woman, would be more empathetic than her boyfriend. But this wasn't the case. Compared to Lionel, Aina had long since seen the cruelty of the world. In her opinion, Lionel's actions were even more benevolent than they would be had anyone else gone through with them. At the very least, he could pinpoint the exact spy. Aina was certain that if Tyrion was left to do this, he would simply wipe the entire family from the face of Camelot. "Is that all of them?" Aina asked after another long while. Lionel shook his head. "There's still one more group in this city that even Tyrion likely didn't suspect. Because if he did, he wouldn't have left them where he had." "One more?" Aina's expression was confused for a moment before they suddenly lit up beneath her mask. "You mean?" Lionel nodded. "That's right. This one we'll have to do personally." Lionel and Aina walked toward the city lord's mansion. In this place, there was a large military field out front, completely unlike other mansions. Whereas most would opt for lush gardens and maybe a few koi fish ponds, City Lord White hadn't bothered with any such pomp and circumstance. However, compared to the past, where these fields had been nothing but deep footmarks, sweat, and blade scars, it had been completely revitalized. Now, there were numerous luxurious homes, looking completely out of place. Of course, these homes were recently built and may have even been the work of Tyrion and the others. Lionel understood Tyrion's actions in this regard, but just because he understood them didn't mean he accepted them. With steady steps, Lionel strolled into this makeshift community of rich folk with Aina by his side. Considering it was late at night, other than a few flickering lights behind their luxurious curtains, there was nothing else to see in the streets at all. Obviously, people of their standing wouldn't necessarily go to bed so early. But though Tyrion had given them some advantages, he wouldn't go too far. So, these nobles had to abide by a certain curfew. It seemed that the sudden restlessness of the city had shaken these people, because they obediently followed these protocols. At that moment, Lionel suddenly released Aina's hand and clapped his own together forcefully. What did it sound like for skin as tough as fourth-dimensional metals to slap together with such strength? Well, the moment Lionel's palms collided, it felt as though an explosion had erupted. Without him even having to say a word, these nobles scurried out of their homes, a mixture of shock, fear, and confusion on their faces. Chapter 544. In any other context, the sight would have been hilarious to behold. Some ran out with shower caps and robes still on their bodies. Others only had a single slipper on, and still yet some others had forgotten their pants. If they were acting, Lionel had to admit that they were quite good. But there were still a few people he managed to pick out that were different from the rest. He indifferently waited for all of these nobles to step out of their homes, the combination of his silence and the chaos of the city acting as his backdrop, making those who definitely weren't acting gulp. At that moment, a fat man practically waddled out from his door. Despite the time of night, Thick chains, bracelets, and rings could be found all across his body. Considering the sleep in his eyes, this man either really slept with such jewelry on, or he was really committed to always looking as rich as possible when he stepped into public view. As for why he didn't take his bodice size into account when portraying this image to the public, maybe only he knew. The fat man looked around, and seemingly realizing that Lionel was in charge, his bubbling face turned red with anger. What is the meaning of this? Haven't I already explained who I am? You dare wake me up in the dead of night? Lionel indifferently watched this man go on a rant, but Aina furrowed her brows. There was nothing Aina hated more than those who flaunted their status. In fact, she felt a deep loathing for such people. If she didn't know better, she would cleave this man in two just to teach him a lesson. You seem to be new, so they'll take on the labor of explaining it to you peons again. I am a one-star black merchant of the Milky Way Guild. You dare to treat me like this? The surrounding nobles seemed to be emboldened by the fat man, and they began to rant one after another. Since another had taken the first step, their fear vanished, and they began to brandish their egos and backgrounds as though they were true weapons. I've said it before, I'm a citizen of planet Krars X10. Do you know how my government officials will react if they hear that a single hair on my head has been harmed? Right. And I'm a citizen of planet Solvus X2. The words seemed to layer atop of each other, bleeding into one another. Is there a reason their planets all have numbers behind them? Lionel asked Aina curiously as though he couldn't hear their frustration. Aina looked at Lionel incredulously before shaking her head and giggling. Maybe only Lionel would be able to ask such a thing at this time. The universe is big as it is. So, instead of giving each planet a world conquers a new name, they essentially add an alphanumeric code word to the end of the main world's name as a suffix. X, Y, and Z are the letter parts of the code. X means that this world is on the same dimensional plane as the main world. Y means that it's a step below. Z means that it's 2 steps below. As for 3 steps below, it's not usually worth it for such a high-level world to invest in such a planet, so there's no designation for it. As for the numbers, they're pretty self-explanatory. Just designates a number to the planet. The larger the number, the more planets a world has under its control. 10 is a pretty high number, honestly. Most are around 2 or 3 at this stage. Krars is a powerhouse of our quadrant. I see. Lionel and Aina continued to chat as though the ravings of these nobles had nothing to do with them. By now, it was obvious that these weren't nobles of White City at all. Rather, they were the tourists mentioned previously. Each had an entanglement with another world and had come to reign for one reason or another. Some came for business like the fat merchant, but there were others who had come for pleasure. By extension, it should also be obvious why Tyrion had treated them so well and hadn't considered the possibility of spies being among them. Earth might be talented, but it was still a fledgling world. Simply put, they couldn't afford to enter the world of the dimensional verse with hostile entities on all sides. There were already no shortage of individuals who were jealous of them. They couldn't also then proceed to antagonize these worlds further. So, maybe it was more accurate to say that Tyrion likely thought of the possibility that there might be more spies amongst the people of these worlds, but didn't dare to act upon this speculation. However, once again, Lionel wasn't Tyrion. That's enough. Lionel's voice suddenly boomed. An oppressive might shook these nobles awake. Let me make one thing clear. Lionel spoke, a cold edge gliding across his tone. Earth indeed can afford to offend all of your worlds. A smug look resurfaced on the faces of the nobles that had been scared witless once again. That said, Lionel's steely continuation made their sneers freeze on their faces, their hearts trembling beneath his presence. You all should also understand that Earth is not a world that you can afford to offend either. We may be young, but we're no pushovers. If you think that you can use the status of your worlds to apply pressure on me, you'll be sorely mistaken. Lionel's gaze swept over them all. Now, will you all step out and personally hand yourselves in? Or do you want me to take action personally? Because I promise you, if you choose the latter, your experiences will be much worse than them. Lionel hooked his thumb over his shoulder, pointing back toward the city behind them. A silence hung over the nobles. At that moment, the shouts and screams of the city suddenly became several levels more obvious. A sharp light lit the gazes of several within the crowd, a hesitancy causing their hearts to beat erratically. Chapter 545. I guess that's your choice then. Lionel's palm flipped over. Before anyone could react, his bow had been knocked with 3 arrows. Though his gaze was indifferent, a stifling, killing intent loomed overhead. They'll ask you one more time. Are you 3 going to step out on your own, or would you rather an arrow through the head? Lionel speaking out the exact number made those who had just been hesitating feel their hearts seize. How did he know this? The worst part was that Lionel had come to them before they could even think of reporting these matters. It was difficult to tell exactly what was going on in the city, so those who were spies could only rely on their abilities. But before they got a good understanding of what was happening, Lionel had appeared here and startled them all awake. You aren't even people of terrain. Is money really worth your life? Lionel's back flexed, pulling his bowstring back. Tyrion wouldn't make the mistake of taking these people at their words. If they were here, that meant that they most definitely were people of other worlds. As for how Tyrion knew this, Lionel wasn't sure. But Lionel himself could pick out the subtle differences. Of course, a person from a world wouldn't necessarily have the same appearances. This wasn't a matter of how they looked, but rather about the way the energies around them behaved. People from the same world had subtle nuances about them that Lionel was able to pick out. Just from a casual observation, Lionel was able to pick out these people with ease. That said, there was no telling if Lionel was correct. It was always possible that these people had deeper ties to terrain than it seemed. But it was worth a try. All right then, die. Lionel's gaze sharpened, landing on the first figure. Just as his bowstring was about to be released, 2 figures dashed forward, quickly falling to their knees. I surrender. I surrender. They both spoke in unison, their head lowered to the ground. It was clear that they were too afraid to even look up. Before, they had thought that Lionel was just bluffing. But after Lionel not only spoke out with the number of them that there were, but also locked his aura onto them, they felt as though they had fallen into the pits of despair. The only ways they could see to save their own lives was by surrendering. Just a bunch of trash. When others heard this voice, they were surprised to find that the obese merchant was on the other side of it. This man who seemed to be all talk and no substance actually had the gall to say such a thing at this moment. You're quite bold, Brad. The obese merchant snarled. How did you manage to pick us out? Lionel gazed indifferently at the obese merchant who very clearly had no intention of begging for his life like the 2 before him. At the same time, though, Lionel also had no intention of explaining how he had done things. Since it was related to his ability, why would he expose such things about himself? The obese merchant snarled when he noticed that Lionel had no intention of saying anything. Even if you knew that we were responsible, you should have turned your head the other way, kid. Do you think that the Milky Way Guild is an existence you can afford to offend? The obese merchant began to speak of his background again. But, whereas last time it came off more like a spoiled brat talking about his rich parents, at this moment, it felt as though a mountain was weighing down on all those around him. This was no longer an explanation. It was a threat. Since you're a fledgling world, I don't mind explaining. Earth is only located on a tiny little wing of the Milky Way galaxy. Even if your technology was at its peak, you could at best travel to another wing if you spent your whole lifetimes on it. But the Milky Way galaxy has control of all the trade routes of this quadrant. It's impossible for... Lionel suddenly held up a hand. With a thought, the little mink appeared, holding a familiar disc-like dictionary in his little paws. Who is the highest-ranking member of the Milky Way Guild? The obese merchant sneered. What did this little brat think that he was doing? Were these matters something an infant world like Earth would know? Did he really think that his little informational treasure would be able to give him such information? Was this supposed to be a comedy skit? Asterisk ping asterisk. Replying seed, the highest-ranking member of the Milky Way Guild is Augustus Ovaltine, and what's his strength level? Ping, replying to Seed. Augustus Ovaltine, when last displaying his prowess, showed strength nearing the 6th dimension. What are the odds Augustus will care about a 4th-dimensional 1-star black merchant? The obese merchant nearly choked on his spit, his visage becoming deathly pale. Calling the president of the Milky Way Guild by his first name, as though it was a non-issue? Just who is this kid? And what the hell is that disc? The merchant had heard that Earth was a treasure trove of wealth, but seeing it with his own eyes made him feel as though he had lived his life to this point for naught. Ping, replying to Seed, it depends on if matters are related to Earth or not, Lionel nodded. Earth was too much of temptation. Even if this Augustus wouldn't normally care about the life of a 1-star black merchant, if it came down to it, and he could use it as an excuse to stretch his hands toward Earth, he wouldn't hesitate. In fact, considering there was a merchant here at all likely meant that his sights were already locked onto their world. Since this was the case, how should he deal with this matter? Chapter 546. Lionel's bow disappeared, only to be replaced by an odd metal. Just looking at it, one couldn't feel anything special. It looked even less special when Lionel bent in his hands, as though he was pleating fabric rather than a metal bar. But when the two kneeling figures felt this metal wrap around their wrists and lock into place, they felt as though they couldn't exert any strength at all. After he was done, Lionel walked to the obese merchant who was still sickly pale. He didn't seem to realize that the last response by the dictionary gave him some breathing room, likely because the pressure Lionel put on him was too much. Or, more accurately, it was Aina's pressure. From the very beginning, Aina had had a bad impression of this man. So, the moment she found out that he was one of the spies, she no longer held back her killing intent. Luckily, it seemed that this merchant was more adept at selling wares than battling. But this only made sense. After a world completed its first metamorphosis, it would slow into a lull. By then, not everyone needed to be combatants any longer. On the current Earth, practically everyone needed to know how to fight with the exception of a few. However, as things settled down more, it was likely that Earth may return to the previous days where the army and a regular citizen's life were kept separate. That Lionel didn't wait for the obese man to finish and simply locked his arms into place just like his colleagues. This metal bar was the very metal used to line the walls of Dark Cloud Prison. With all the destruction, Lionel managed to snap a few pieces for himself with quite some ease. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about these spies using secret means of communication. Though Lionel could easily see through more conventional communication methods, stopping abilities would be more difficult. The reason he was able to weed out the spies to begin with was because White City simply made it too easy. Every spy, without fail, had communication force arts drawn into the foundations of their home. Not only were there communication force arts, but there were also force arts that made monitoring the city several times easier. Of course, the obese merchant and his two accomplices were a bit different in this regard since their homes were only recently built. But even then, seeing through them hadn't been very difficult. Lionel only had to pay attention for special talismans. Since the merchant and his men weren't citizens of White City to begin with, it was obvious that the people of Terrain would account for this, giving them more mobile options for espionage. For someone with senses as sensitive as Lionel's, seeing through these hidden mechanisms was simply too easy. The main mistake White City made was that it didn't consider the fact that someone knowledgeable about force arts would even exist on Earth to this point, and this could be considered their downfall. In the end, Lionel chose to simply imprison the members of the Milky Way Guild. He could tell that this might lead to problems later, but he couldn't afford his plans being revealed, even if there was only a small chance. A long while later, the spies who survived the purge were grouped together and thrown into the White City dungeons. As a city, there was no surprise that White City would have such a thing, so it made things many times more convenient. The patrol units looked toward Lionel in a completely different light. With their training, they could easily tell that Lionel had indeed picked out spies. If it was just an act, maybe their disdain would have reached another level. But this was very clearly not that. Station a few to look over this area. Lionel said. Yes, Prince. Lionel walked away, not minding their change in attitude. To him, actions always mattered more than words. Now that all the spies were dealt with, he could really begin. As for what he planned to do, well, the people of Terrain like dropping cities on a battlefield, right? He might as well give them a taste of their own medicine. On a secret location on Earth, there was yet another meeting taking place. The war for Earth was reaching a new level. But everyone knew that unless the capital fell, Terrain would be left with nothing. Of course, Terrain had their own plans in this regard, but the truth was that they were making no progress on that front, at least on the surface. This meeting, however, didn't include people of Terrain, nor did it include people of the Empire. Rather, each and every soul here was an upper echelon member of the Slayer Legion. Among those present, there were several that Lionel would recognize, the first of which being Supreme Monet. Aside from her, there was even the angelic man who appeared that day to stop Hutch, and there was even Hutch himself. The old man lazed around, as usual, but compared to when Lionel first saw him, aside from having his feet up on the table, the old man also cradled a machete resting in an age-worn leather sheath. His head nodded away as though he might fall asleep at any time. In fact, even though the conference table was practically packed to the brim, there wasn't a single soul within a meter of Hutch. It was as though they all tacitly agreed to stay away from him. Still, though many avoided Hutch, their focus wasn't on him at all. Rather, they were all focused on a particular young man. Despite the fact that he was the youngest in attendance, many looked toward him with awe and respect. Some gazed toward him with fear, and still others looked upon him with admiration and anticipation as though he was a shining hope prepared to change their futures. The young man had striking blue eyes and hair whiter than snow. Despite this, his skin was a deep shade of brown. It was a warm, gentle sort of brown that reminded one of a wizened oak tree. The young man sat quietly, as though he was waiting for something. But, seemingly without cause or reason, he sat up slowly, his gaze brimming with vitality. If citizens of Terrain had been present, they would have immediately recognized this young man. He was other than the first on their list of targets, the young man who cleared the zones of Earth the second fastest. Ellerin. Chapter 547. If matters continue like this, Terrain will lose. Ellerin's voice held a certain sweetness to it. It was deep and reverberating, but it tickled the ears almost like a steady rhythm. It had a special cadence to it that dragged all those who heard it in. But maybe his words themselves were more shocking than anything else. According to Ellerin, despite the state of the battlefield and the current semi-stalemate, Terrain had not a single chance of winning. If the outside world heard such things, they would think that this man was insane. However, the members of the Slayer Legion only nodded as though this was obvious. As the existences that had been battling the Empire for so long, they had a great understanding of their strength. If Terrain thought their pitiful planning was enough, they were sorely mistaken. The reality of it all was that Emperor Fox was simply unfathomable. As long as that man didn't deem it fit to make a move, Earth was in no danger whatsoever. However, that very man, at this moment, was more than content to leave this war as a training exercise for the youths of Earth. And maybe the sad part was that Terrain had yet to realize this was the case either. They simply weren't being taken seriously. Of course, if one looked at this at a surface level, Ellerin's words were already shocking enough. But if one was aware of how many things he was aware of, they would be even more astounding. But I'm sure you're all aware that it's impossible for things to simply continue like this. Those hidden families will not miss this opportunity to deal a blow to the Empire. They're only waiting for the opportune time. And there's no guarantee that other worlds haven't already stuck their noses into our matters. So, the question remains, what will we do about it? A silent hush fell over the Slayer Legion. Ellerin stood from his seat. He wore a tracksuit that radiated a pure white color. Despite the casual nature of his dress, it didn't seem out of place in the slightest. In fact, it felt as though he was a monk looking down upon them from on high. Just his demeanor alone felt otherworldly. Not many know the history of the Slayer Legion, and even less know that we are no less ancient than the Ascension Empire. However, we've been hiding in the shadows for a long time. Sometimes I believe that even we forget what our true purpose is. Ellerin swept a gaze over those before him, his demeanor completely unlike what his age would dictate. He commanded the room of such powerful individuals with ease. Well, with the exception of a single man. Hacker Hutch continued to nod away, mumbling beneath his breath as he whispered sweet nothings in his sleep. Ellerin smiled when his gaze landed on Hutch. He didn't seem irked by such a reality at all. In fact, he only shook his head as though he was observing his own grandfather napping at an inappropriate time. There wasn't a hint of animosity in his expression. "Hutch." The angelic man growled. Huh. Hutch shot up, looking around warily. When he realized where he was, he yawned. "Oh, this meeting is still going on?" The angelic man's fury reached a new level seeing such a display. "Show some respect." "Respect?" Hutch picked at his ears. "You're all fawning over a brat who hasn't even grown hair in all the right places yet. And now you have the audacity to ask me to show some respect? The hell is wrong with you?" Hutch yawned again, smacking his lips. "I could do with some pizza," the old man mumbled beneath his breath. By this point, not only was the angelic man fuming, but so were the others. This was especially so for Catras, who had lost an arm to Hutch just months ago. The emptiness of his sleeve brought him to a boiling rage every time he thought of those events. "Grandpa Hutch, I heard that Mayfly died." Hutch's gaze narrowed as he looked back toward Ellerin. The relationship between Badger and Mayfly might have been close, but compared to the relationship between Mayfly and Ellerin, it was hardly worth mentioning. It could be said that Badger's emotions were unrequited, while it was a completely different story for Ellerin's. This might have shed light on just the kind of man Ellerin was. Despite all of these matters, he still didn't blink an eye when Mayfly and Badger partnered up so frequently. This was a man wholly confident in himself and his ability. "It's been quite a long time since you called me Grandpa, brat. But to think that this was the situation you would do so in. It seems that you've gotten quite used to playing these political games. Maybe rather than my being the one who's forgotten the true purpose of the Slayer Legion, it's you all." Hutch stood, his demeanor becoming completely different. It was clear that even Ellerin became a level more serious. "I hadn't made my decision before, but I'll have to thank my own grandson for pushing me in the right direction. It seems that I can no longer take a back seat to these affairs any longer." By the time Hutch made it to the front of the room, his aura was towering. Whatever demeanor that Ellerin seemed to have had was completely washed away in the presence of this old man. Slowly, Hutch's skin seemed to become more elastic, his wrinkles fading somewhat. He became an inch or two taller, and his aura sharpened, regaining a bloody edge that had disappeared long ago. Even beneath the gazes of so many powerhouses, his aura seemed to wash over them all, suffocating them to the point it seemed they wouldn't be able to raise a single finger. He was on a completely different level. It was only at this moment that they all understood the level of strength Hutch commanded. Even if he hadn't awakened such a rare-time affinity ability, even if he hadn't awakened an ability at all, he would still carry strength capable of forcing them all to submit. This was Hutch. This was Old Man Hutch. This was Hacker Hutch. From this day forth, the sole decision-maker of the Slayer Legion will be me. Chapter 548. Hearing Hutch's words, those of the Slayer Legion were stunned. At first, they were too oppressed by Hutch's aura to say much of anything. But in the next moment, a few shot up, livid expressions on their faces. "You dare to rebel, Hutch?" Catras roared, slamming his remaining hand onto the table beneath him. Catras hadn't dared to confront Hutch before, but now he was most definitely in the right. Wasn't the point of the Slayer Legion meant to be to fight against the oppressive rule of the Empire? The Ascension Empire hid beneath a guise of democracy, but when there would always be one undeniable ruler, what kind of democracy was this? This world was simply a monarchy with extra steps. There was nothing revolutionary about it. Just how many actions had the Fox family unilaterally taken over the years, with no one being powerful enough to stop them? This was exactly what they were trying to avoid, yet Hutch was actually trying to make the Slayer Legion the exact thing they were fighting against. It was unforgivable. Silence. A wave of force surged through the room. Many felt as though their knees had gone weak. Whatever thought of resisting they had falling to negligible levels. Even now, they couldn't believe how large the difference between them and Hutch truly was. "Brat, go sit down." Hutch looked toward his grandson, a commanding tone booming from within his chest. Ellerin looked toward Hutch, a partially cautious and partially curious light in his eye. But, in the end, he smiled somewhat unexpectedly. "All right, Grandpa." It was simply too difficult to read Ellerin. He really did seem like a kid, trying his best to please his grandparent. But, just a moment ago, he was questioning his grandfather about the death of Mayfly. Of course, there hadn't been any sort of edge to his tone back then. But, asking such a question in context most definitely seemed to be combative. Yet now, Ellerin pretended as though that had happened. Hutch turned away from his grandson, looking back toward the crowd of Slayer Legion elites. By now, many of them had paled. Without Ellerin's presence blocking Hutch, the aura they felt came like a rampaging tsunami, crashing into their minds and hearts with a relentless tempo. "Since you all seem to have forgotten the truth of our Slayer Legion, I will remind you. We weren't built to be rebels. We weren't built to help the common people. We weren't built to sit here and scavenge for opportunities to deal with the Empire. The truth of our existence is in our name. We, the Slayer Legion, was built to kill." A bloodthirsty aura surged out from Hutch. The sound of crying blades sung through the air, sharpening beneath Hutch's aura, as though it was their perfect whetstone. Not a single soul seemed capable of breathing, let alone moving. It felt as though their whole worlds suddenly revolved around this one man. "We plunder, we kill, then we sharpen our blades and do it all over again. This is the fundamental law that rules us, that rules me." Monet. Supreme Monet was shaken out of her fear-induced state. "Why, yes. What is the history of the Slayer Legion?" Monet grit her teeth and stabilized her breathing. "We were once the spear of the Empire. However, we grew too dangerous and were thus abandoned and shunned. It was too difficult to control so many powerhouses at once, so the first emperor of the Ascension Empire had us hunted down and killed. If others heard this story, they would have been shocked beyond belief, to think that this was the true origin of the Slayer Legion. However, the words Hutch said next were even more shocking. Wrong. One by one, Hutch called out Supremes and former Supremes, forcing them to speak of the Slayer Legion's history. Yet, of them could come up with an answer that could satisfy the old man. In fact, with every mistake, Hutch's reprimanding only grew fiercer and harsher. So this is the hogwash that's been taught. Hutch looked toward his grandson. "What is the history of the Slayer Legion?" Ellerin cleared his throat, the simple action somehow seeming elegant. It was simply impossible to believe that a single man could have such a level of charm. "We are the sacrifice. When alive, our wool keeps the people warm. On our deathbeds, our blood quenches the people's thirst. After our death, our flesh keeps the people fed." Ellerin's words shook those of the Slayer Legion to their souls. It was no longer about the voice that spoke them, but entirely about the words themselves. It felt as though they had suddenly pulled their heads out from a vat of water, gasping for breath, and finally seeing the world for what it truly was. The simple sentences tugged at their heartstrings, forcing their blood to rage like flooding torrents. However, Ellerin still hadn't finished. "We are the spearhead. Our shaft stands tall without us. Our head glistens beneath the sun when it is time, and hides in the night when it is not. Do you understand?" Though the members of the meeting felt that their blood was boiling, they couldn't quite explain why. It was as though something hidden within them was slowly resurfacing, bubbling to the forefront of their minds. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't quite understand what Ellerin was trying to say. What sacrifice? What spear? Ellerin glanced around him, his expression calm. "We are the Slayers. Our work is entertainment when the emperor deems it fit. Our services are ostracized when he does not. Do you understand? The upper echelon's expressions flushed red, their jaws clenching. The Slayer Legion is... Hutch began to speak in an even tone, his pace unhurried. The hidden army of the Empire. In times of war, we join the battlefield to become their spearheads. In times of peace, we become their sacrifices. Now, sharpen your spears. Chapter 549. Hutch's words left a pregnant silence over the room. It was hard for the upper echelon to properly wrap their heads around this matter, but somehow also easy for them to accept. The realization left them quaking internally. Just what level of manipulation and planning did it take to pull something like this off? Not only would it take the foresight necessary to realize that a nation could only be united when they had a common enemy, but it would also take a level of genius they could fathom to make those of the Slayer Legion accept this reality so long after their initial creation. The upper echelon members had long since been taught of the true origins of the Slayer Legion, but it wasn't until this moment that they understood their true hidden purpose. In truth, was this so different from their initial reality? Their main goal had been to protect the citizens of the Empire and to pave a better future for them. And now, their goal was the exact same. It was just that their spears were pointed in a different direction than where they expected. But now, they had another problem to face. While the upper echelon were properly indoctrinated and could accept this news with ease, the same couldn't possibly be true of their lower-ranking members. One just needed to think of existences like Big Buddha to understand just how much many of their people hated the Empire. No small number of their recruits were made up of those who loathed the Ascension Empire and wanted to live to the day it fell. But this was precisely where the genius of the Slayer Legion lay. It was created for this expressed purpose. And with all the most powerful members knowing the truth behind this, it was almost too easy to control how much progress the Slayer Legion made toward that goal. This was the ultimate truth, worrying about how those lower-ranking officials would react. Who said they needed to find out it all? Lionel sat in meditation, his internal sight stretching out over the city. White City was over 50 kilometers in diameter. If Earth was still a third-dimensional world, with his fourth-dimensional internal sight, Lionel wouldn't have an issue covering this distance. But after entering the fourth dimension, it was much more difficult for Lionel to cover such a distance. In such a fledgling fourth-dimensional world, Lionel could at most cover 10 kilometers at best, and that was only thanks to his obscene sensory talents and in thanks to reaching completion in the Four Seasons realm, which seemed to have boosted him in all aspects. However, even this wasn't enough to cover the whole city. This was why Lionel had had no choice but to walk around the city slowly. His goal in traveling around the city had more to do with just finding the spies. Other than this, he also had to read the layout of the city and draw a map of the force art nodes littered throughout. When Lionel saw Hargrove City teleport for a second time, a light bulb went off for him. The only way for the city to have managed to do this was if there was a permanent teleportation force art drawn into its foundation. The reason for this was simple. Take a talisman, for example. They were usually one-time or limited-use items. This was because the drawing of a single force art had many limiting factors, whether that be the skill level of the one who drew it or the material it was drawn with. The easiest way to visualize this was in comparing the mage arts of Camelot to treasures created by force crafters. A mage art, once drawn onto the air, whether with no medium or with a spiritual wood-forged wand, would only last long enough for a single attack. Even stronger spells would last for a few seconds at most, while the longest-lasting spells like Lionel's Bell defensive spell would only survive a few attacks at most. By comparison, a treasure created by a force crafter was on a completely different level in terms of longevity. A well-crafted weapon could survive decades, even centuries of continuous battle. There were some weapons that had even existed for millions of years without issue. What was the main difference? The quality of material used to draw the force art. Force arts came in all different shapes, sizes, and even languages. But the one fundamental truth was that the medium used to draw them would always decide their longevity. So what was the point of all this? Why was it important at all? Well, it exposed one fundamental truth to Lionel, and that was that these cities weren't teleported here through one-time use treasures. The very foundation of these cities were force arts. One might think this wasn't very useful. Even if Lionel knew this, what could he possibly do about it? Even if he managed to use it, wouldn't it just be a teleportation force art? What was the use of bringing a city to a battlefield? From Terrain's perspective, this made sense because they were invading another's land. But Earth already had many well-established forts and cities that could put White City or Hargrove City to shame. Beyond this, since Terrain had drawn in permanent force arts, who knew if they had a greater purpose for them? What if, much like Hargrove City, Terrain had a method of snatching White City back? If that was the case, it might make Lionel's actions even more useless. All of this said, Lionel didn't see these matters in this fashion at all for a few reasons. Firstly, he believed his level of skill was beyond the crafter's Terrain employed to draw these force arts. Secondly, he had learned when he reconstructed Camelot's mage arts to amplify their strength that force arts could be considered complete sentences and paragraphs, while the runes used to draw them were the words. In that case, such a large force art, just how many of these words could he rearrange, and what kind of new sentences could he form with them? But the third was the most important. With the sturdy materials used to draw this massive force art, Lionel felt that he could do something much better with all that wealth. Chapter 550. After confirming his vision, Lionel immediately got to work. He shuffled around the city like a madman, seemingly running around without aim or purpose. This could work. No, that might ruin the nodes at that place, but if Lionel's gaze glowed. Despite the fact he was quickly growing beaten and haggard, his vision only seemed to become clearer. The truth was that Lionel's current body was still in a pretty terrible state, having not quite recovered from going all out just a few days ago. But at this point, he didn't mind. He lost himself in a world of force arts, his mind functioning on a different plane. Lionel had many complicated feelings about Lionel, but what he couldn't deny was the fact that Lionel had opened up an all-new door toward improvement for him. What Lionel gave him wasn't as simple as a normal breakthrough, but rather a new way of viewing the world. After shrugging these shackles off, breaking into the peak of the Four Seasons realm was just the very tip of the iceberg. Lionel jumped into and out of his dream world, simulating the changes he wanted to make before quickly testing them out in the new world. Odd swirls of force seemed to manifest around White City, catching those with sharp enough senses off guard. But it was hard for them to tell exactly what was going on. From within the City Lord mansion, Aina watched as Lionel ran around, her smile tinged with a touch of worry. He's always like this. Aina shook her head, not bothering to try to get Lionel to stop. She knew that it would be useless even if the words came from her. Though it seemed like Lionel hung on her every word, maybe Aina was the one most aware of the fact that Lionel was too good at drawing a line between his emotions and what he felt he had to do. He was quite the stubborn man in that way. Taking a deep breath, Aina pulled out her great sword, brandishing it. Though much of the City Lord Mansion's military fields had been taken up by new residences, there was still ample room for Aina to take advantage of. She slowly swung her sword, her muscles twitching beneath the strain as she slowed her swing to a crawl. Aina had picked up the sword when she felt her comprehension of the battle axe had reached a bottleneck. Others might feel that this was a foolish thing to do, but Aina always trusted her instincts. When it came to the proper way for her to train herself, she was the very best at it. She felt that there were secrets in the sword that could bring her comprehension of the axe to an all-new level, so she began to diligently train in it. During her battle with Anared, that feeling she had grew even stronger. Though she was certain that Anared held back, he was still a master of the sword. His every action was infused with the air of a sword master. If Anared knew that his actions would help her break down a final barrier that had been holding her back, who knew how he would react? This is the feeling. Aina took a deep breath, her chest heaving in slow rhythms. At that moment, something miraculous occurred. Despite the fact her sword's swing remained incomparably slow, the blade left an afterimage in the air as though leaving a permanent stain of its presence in the wind. The image shifted and slowed, waving about like illusions. That's it. Aina ingrained the twitch of every one of her muscle fibers onto her mind. Beads of sweat fell down her delicate brow, following the slope of her slender neck. Halfway down, Aina threw her sword to the side as though it was trash. At that moment, she felt that she no longer needed it. Until the next time her ability spoke to her, she wouldn't need any other weapon. Aina grasped out into empty air, causing her odd curved package to snap open. With a surge, a beautiful axe of golden red shot into her hand. Aina swung down with a forcefulness. At that moment, her aura completely changed. For those instances of time, her body exuded a mystique that demanded absolute obedience. The faint shadow of a woman more than half a foot taller than her seemed to envelop her body, causing the forces in the air to sing. A deep gash suddenly stretched out before Aina, even without her axe having completed its swing. Afterimages of golden red tore through the wind, leaving a whistling resonance in their wake. Aina's arms came to a grinding halt, a final bead of sweat falling from the tip of her nose to the ground below. Completion, she said softly. If others knew that Aina had reached the completion stage of the Four Seasons realm, they would be shocked. Of course, her completion stage was only for the axe, while Lionel's was on a level that far transcended that. But it was a feat that would shock and awe others to no end, regardless. Aina smiled. My training is actually faster now. Aina felt that she had underestimated the value of a break on the mind. She had thought it would take her several more months to reach this stage, yet it had only taken a few more days. Now, she felt much more confident about entering Valiant Heart Mountain's stage. After basking in her own success, Aina's next instinct was to tell Lionel the good news. She didn't know why she had the compulsion, but after she opened up to Lionel, she felt the weirdest joy even telling him the littlest things, even though the trade-off was learning that he was a milk-fur sociopath. However, just when Aina wanted to do so, she felt another shift in the force surrounding the city. This change was particularly different from the previous ones. Whereas the former surges originated from within the city, this seemed to come from outside of it. What? Aina was shocked. Why does my body feel so sluggish? On a corner of earth, dead bodies laid strewn about. Their blood pooled and boiled, bubbling forth like a death-lay stew. To the side of this large pool, a familiar man stood, a placid smile on his face. If Aina had been there, it would have been no trouble to pick out that this man was other than the puppet master. But what was maybe more sinister were the bodies and limbs floating within the bubbling concoction. At that moment, a head with a peeling layer of skin floated to the top. On its face, a look of horror and regret was forever etched. This was the face of former Vice Commander Joseph's younger brother, Damien. Chapter 551. Aina suddenly felt as though her body wasn't hers. There was a disconnect between her mind and body, as though one was being rejected from the other. It was hard to tell exactly which was happening, but the fundamental truth was that the disconnect made her feel as though her body wasn't her own. With a frown, Aina brandished her axe out of habit, just trying to do something she was familiar with. By now, she had long since lost count of the number of times she had swung her axe in her life. Lionel was always fascinated by her tan skin, but wasn't that just the product of all the work she had put in ever since she was old enough to understand the cruelty of the world around her? There was nothing in this world that she was more familiar with than her axe. A swirl of universal force followed Aina's swing. For the first time since this oddity began, Aina felt as though she was back in her own body again. But just when she thought it was all right to stop and her previous feelings had just been an anomaly, she felt the feeling come back the moment she stopped swinging her axe. In fact, now, due to the abrupt stop, the feeling was even more obvious than it had been before. It was like invisible shackles had suddenly been placed over her body. Aina's ability worked on instinct mostly and was only partially an actionable act taken up by herself. But at this moment, that instinct seemed foggy. Whereas before she was certain of the next steps she had to take to train her body and improve her acts, at this moment, she felt confused and baffled. Did I overuse my ability? Did I run into a bottleneck? A bit of worry, mixed within a deep frown, took over Aina's features. Was this really the limit of her talent? A slight hint of anxiety bubbled up within her heart. Unlike Lionel, Aina couldn't just pull out a dictionary and get a read on her ability. She was only aware that her ability was good, but she didn't know anything about its growth potential or even what stage it was at now. No, it can't be. It can't be. Aina's jaw steeled. Her talent was what she relied on to have a chance to avenge her mother in the future. If this was really her limit, she wouldn't be able to accept it. Aina's eyes reddened, a fury hidden within their depths. She refused to accept this. Even if this was the end of her road, she'd find a way to burst through it. The truth was that Aina didn't know how powerful the Brazinger family was. She didn't know how much effort it would take to take them down or what kind of backers they had. But to her, it never mattered. She would destroy them one day, no matter the cost. Aina. At that moment, Lionel's voice drifted to her ears, snapping her out of her thoughts. Lionel looked worriedly toward his girlfriend. Without her mask on, it was easy for Lionel to read her mood. He could see the cycle of emotions Aina was going through. But he couldn't understand what was wrong. Did something happen? Are you okay? What happened? Lionel scanned Aina's face and body as though trying to find any injury she might have, but he didn't see what could be wrong. Lionel's gaze suddenly sharpened. The sight was subtle, so subtle that even he almost missed it. If it wasn't for the fact he had been determined to find out what was wrong with Aina, he would have overlooked it entirely. At that moment, a faint reddish-black gas hung around Aina's body. It was so faint that it seemed to blend in with Aina's tan skin almost seamlessly. Lionel's gaze flashed, two golden pupils suddenly appearing to his back. If anyone else faced these eyes, it would feel as though they were bearing their very soul before Lionel. For a person, such a feeling should have been uncomfortable and off-putting. Yet, for Aina, she somehow didn't find anything wrong with it. In fact, her beating heart seemed to calm considerably. Beneath Lionel's shadow, she found peace again. However, while she felt at peace, Lionel's expression twisted, a flickering rage erupting within the depths of his gaze. The eyes of the snowy star owl were part of its wisdom branch. At this moment, Lionel had still yet to unlock the second tier of his wisdom branch lineage factor. As such, he could only use the most basic abilities of the snowy star owl's gaze. But that was more than enough for him to sharpen his gaze by several levels. The faint reddish-black suddenly morphed in Lionel's eyes. It formed into an illusory leech, latching onto Aina's body. At first, Lionel was infuriated, thinking that this was related to Aina's curse again. There was even a part of him that wanted to abandon Earth at this very moment and go explore fifth-dimensional worlds so he could find the things she needed to be cured. But upon second inspection, he found that the leech was connected by a faint line that shot into the skies. The line grew so thin and transparent that after a few dozen meters, even Lionel couldn't follow it any longer. This isn't her curse? What's going on? AI, it seems that I've finally found you, my queen. The moment this voice entered her ears, Aina's expression froze, her body flexing so hard that it began to tremble. Several blood vessels ruptured, leaving a flower bed of crimson trailing up and down her mostly flawless skin. Lionel's head turned back to Aina. Seeing her reaction, he felt his heart froze over. It was as though the woman he cared for most was right before him, but he couldn't even protect her. She was no further than half a meter from him, yet it felt like she was worlds away, blocking her off from reality. Aina seemed to have rejected all outside influences, clenching her fists so hard that blood dripped from her palms. Go! Bring me my queen, puppets. At that moment, the faint reddish-black line that extended from Aina's body thickened by several levels. In fact, with Lionel's gaze, he suddenly found that the city was covered in these lines suddenly. It was in that instant that Lionel understood that it wasn't just Aina affected by these leeches. And, unfortunately, the people of the capital were quickly learning this as well. Chapter 552. The capital of the Ascension Empire was just as gorgeous as one might imagine. Even if you spent your whole life dreaming, building up a fanciful image of what it might be like, you would still find yourself stunned beyond compare. The capital of Earth was like a blooming flower. Its lowest layers spread out like the petals of a lily, intricate lines drawing the roads and residences where there would have been the veins of a flower. The second layer of the capital of Earth shot upward like the trunk of an ancient tree. Its branches and foliage formed the quarters of the wealthy and noble. It rose into the skies taller than any mountain to ever exist on Earth, reaching heights never before seen. The final layer of the capital of Earth was like the canopy of this ancient tree. Even from down below, one could see the brilliant precious metals and gems that reflected the sunlight. But compared to the astounding wealth, the nature captured the heart and refused to let go. The sparkling waters of falls sprayed into the air, leaving a perpetual rainbow hanging over the capital. Lush greenery perfectly melded into the high-tech society, making one feel refreshed with every breath. Stars twinkled in its sky, balls of lights hovering about seemingly without aim that made the city seem more like a fantasy land than a true place. And in the center of it all, there was the palace. No matter where you stood in the capital, it was possible to see this magnificent building. It loomed over top like a protector, existing above all. It had the rounded edges of ancient Indian architecture, the feng shui of ancient Chinese botany, the grandeur of ancient American skyscrapers, the innovation of ancient Middle Eastern vision. It existed on a plane of its own and was the symbol of the Fox royal family. However, at this moment, a capital that had even taken the citizens of a fourth-dimensional world like Terrain aback was under siege from all sides. Of course, it had been like this for a long time already. However, those who surrounded the base of the capital, trying to gain a foothold on its large, curling petals, had never been able to make much progress at all. Though the capital was a gorgeous sight to behold, it was also an impenetrable fortress the size of an entire province. The beautifully formed flower petals at the base of the capital, each larger than the size of a main city, gave the people of Earth a perpetual higher ground advantage. By the time one got to the tree trunk of the second layer, one would have already exhausted much of their resources, only to have to fight another uphill battle. As though this wasn't bad enough, the canopy and the highest third layer was yet another challenge to behold. Without certain strategic points, the only choice to reach the highest layer would be to fly or climb. If one chose flight, you would be asking for death. And if one chose climbing, you would be asking for death. The entire capital was practically a death trap. Or rather, that's what it began as. The tides of the battle began to shift. For some unknown reason, the citizens of Earth began to feel sluggish, and their abilities became less receptive to their calls. In fact, if it wasn't for the terrain advantage, the people of Earth would have been bulldozed over already. On a battlefield on a northern petal, Noah's expression changed. He pulled Jessica back from the blade of a soldier of terrain, his leg extending and blowing the soldier back. "What is wrong with you?" Noah frowned. He held on to Jessica's slender arm and spun her toward himself. But even then, she seemed to react slowly. Jessica raised a hand to her forehead. I don't know. I don't feel too good." Noah looked around him, shocked by what was happening. He thought it was just Jessica at first, but soon the number grew. From Niall to Nika to even the members of the Dove family entourage, everyone's combat prowess seemed to plummet. There were a few that were doing better, but Noah couldn't tell why. As for those completely unaffected, there was only him and Tyrion who didn't seem to experience any issues. Noah's expression changed. "Watch out." Niall's parry was too slow. He was used to relying on his ability to hold down his enemies, but for some reason, he found it impossible to do so now. No, it wasn't that it was impossible, but rather that there seemed to be a disconnect between him and his ability, almost as though he was no longer as familiar with it as he used to be. His spear missed the mark, and a sword suddenly ran through his shoulder, slicing through his ribs and lungs before plunging toward his heart. Niall coughed up a mouthful of blood. His control over his spear faltered, causing it to slip from his grip and clang to the ground. Damn it! Noah's fury rose, his body increasing in size as he punched the responsible soldier into a meat paste. The youth troops stood around Niall, watching his life drift away. Was he really dying? Despite all the dangerous situations they had been in, the youth troops had never lost a single member. Not once. Their talent was too great, and even when they ran into trouble, they always managed to find a way out of it. The closest any of them had ever come to death was when Niall faced Lionel. But even then, they had been facing one of their own. Lionel was one of them. This was the first time their lives had ever been on the line against a person of terrain. Retreat, Niall roared. I said, retreat. All across Earth, repeats of these matters seemed to wind on like the rerun of a sick movie. Earth had less people, but they made it up with their talent. Earth had weaker foundations, but they made it up with their talent. Earth was just a fledgling world, but they made it up with their talent. What would they do, then, if that talent disappeared? Chapter 553. Lionel stood in silence. In the skies, the lines of red-black grew thicker. The leeches become less and less illusory. Lionel's gaze shifted down from the skies, landing on Aina, who still seemed to be immobile. Though it now seemed to be in part due to struggling against the puppet master's growing control, a large majority of it seemed to be fear. Lionel found it hard to believe that this was his Aina. Fear was never an emotion he had seen her display before. At the very least, not for the sake of an enemy. It could be said that the first time Lionel saw Aina's facade crack was that day in the bathhouse. He could still remember the path every tears that fell down her cheeks took. He remembered the exact hue of her reddened eyes, the way her wet hair had stuck to her face, the way she trembled through each and every one of her clumsy actions. The emotions she experienced that day were all seared into his mind. But that was that, and this was this. The Aina he knew charged into war with her axe brandished and her blade bloodied. She had no fear, none of the shyness she usually displayed, and the valiant nature of a Valkyrie. But Aina, his Aina, stood here, shaking simply due to a voice. Lionel remembered back to the time he asked Aina what happened that day. She reeled back, trying to pretend as though everything was fine. Yet he, instead of trying to understand where she was coming from, pulled back instead. He hadn't understood the fear she was feeling, the anxiety, or the trepidation. He didn't grasp the fact that just recalling such memories were this difficult for her already, let alone having to relay them to someone else. Lionel took a step forward and caressed Aina's cheek. She still seemed to be lost in her own world, clenching her fists and staring down at the ground hard as though to push the emotions she was feeling away. She didn't want to experience such a reaction. She didn't want this puppet master to have such control over her, yet she couldn't stop her own visceral reaction. Even when Lionel touched her cheek, she didn't react until several moments later. It was as though the warmth of his palm couldn't reach her even through skin-to-skin contact. When Aina finally realized that Lionel was standing right before her, she looked up weakly, her gaze tinted with a slight red. Lionel could see the rage in them. It wasn't rage pointed toward the puppet master or even him. It was rage she pointed toward herself for being so weak, for allowing such emotions to have such a hold on her. I can't move again, Aina said softly. It doesn't matter, Lionel responded, his hand gently pushing back Aina's hair. It'll kill him. The words were simple. They hung in the air like a spring breeze, riding the wind. There was no rage in Lionel's voice. There was only gentleness. Lionel had always hated to kill. But for Aina, he could speak such words as though they were nothing. Aina used what control of her body she did have to lean her head onto Lionel's palm. Her eyes closed and her breathing steadied. I want to see it, she said softly. Lionel smiled. As my queen commands. Lionel's voice carried a tinge of iciness that left Aina feeling completely at ease. To appear on his world, sending commandments down from above, speaking of taking his woman. The puppet master was truly tired of living. Aina smiled lightly hearing Lionel's words. Compared to when the puppet master called her such a thing, she felt as though she was hearing the most soothing thing in existence. Lionel moved his hand away, ripping the tops of his robes off to reveal a muscular frame. He carried Aina onto his back, tying her to him. The warmth of Lionel's skin put Aina at ease. She rested her cheek on to his shoulder and back, her eyes remaining closed. She didn't want Lionel to see the look in her eye, the look that told the world just how furious she was at this moment. Lionel could feel that his body still hadn't properly recovered. It had only been a day since the battle at Dark Cloud Prison, so how could it? However, at this moment, he felt blood rushing through his every being. His heart thumped like war drums, his blood flooding through his veins and arteries like crashing waterfalls. By this point, the thickening lines that shot into the sky began to converge on Lionel's position. When Lionel saw who they were, he wasn't very surprised. In fact, his gaze was cold and indifferent, a fury within his chest slowly bubbling upward. The patrol guards of White City struggled, trying to break free of the control the illusory leeches had on them. But no matter how hard they tried, they continued to walk forward, each brandishing their own weapons. In a distant place, the puppet master sat in a vat of blood. The only adornment on its body was a familiar headpiece that hung from its forehead. The pressure radiating around it was palpable, reaching levels that shouldn't have been possible. Or at least, it didn't seem possible for the ignorant. The barrier between dimensions could be considered like a separation between mortality and immortality. A person of a higher dimension was like a god looking down on their subjects. Lionel's father had force-fed a lot of ancient entertainment down his son's throat. If the strength of a dimensional being were to be described through this lens, it would be most straightforward to say that at the lowest echelons, a dimensional being was essentially at the beginning of their journey, while at the highest, they were nearing godhood. What did all of this mean? This was all to say that comparing someone who had just entered the fourth dimension to someone a half step from the fifth was like comparing someone at the bottom of a world to someone at the top. If a fifth-dimensional being was a god to a fourth-dimensional being, then someone like the puppet master was a demigod. This demigod watched as Lionel strapped Aina to his back, a cold expression on its face. But that was when Lionel looked up into the sky, as though piercing his gaze through the veil to land on the puppet master. Lionel didn't speak any words, but his demeanor made it all as clear as possible. He was coming, so wash your neck. Chapter 554. Lionel's gaze pierced through the skies, bronze runes flickering across his body. A tan sheen swept across his skin as though he had suddenly become a polished metal. Puppet master, huh? Lionel flipped his palm. A black spear with countless dangling chains appeared in his hand. Clang, 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 clang. Lionel looked down from the skies, a swath of patrol units converging onto his location. At first, they all showed some level of resistance, but very soon, their gazes became vacant, their eyes glazing over as their movements became more coordinated. Soon, they moved as though they were a single army. The possibility that Aina could be turned against him didn't escape Lionel, but he didn't put up any guards against her. This wasn't because he was a fool, but rather because he trusted her. Though there were few details about Aina that he understood, what he did grasp was her character. She was a woman he would be proud to have by his side. There wasn't a single selfish bone in her body. Since she opened her mouth to speak of wanting to see him take down the puppet master, it was because she was certain that she wouldn't be a burden. And in that, Lionel could trust. Watch carefully, then. This back of mind, these shoulders, these hands, Lionel felt his body flex, vitality pumping through him without end. They'll always be here to protect you. These were the ideals of a man. Lionel shot forward, a field of gravity erupting around his body. His gaze steeled, his heart freezing over. He no longer saw the patrolling units as humans. He saw them as numbers and figures, puppets that were standing in his way. Lionel's feet shifted, illusory wings appearing to his back as he shot forward with blinding speed. He appeared before the front line of patrol units, raising his spear into the skies. His back flexed, his arms bulged, a fury-laced aura skyrocketed around him, suffocating all those in his presence. With a single cleave, a patrol guard was completely bisected. Blood splashed along the ground, but there wasn't a single scream or shout. A deadpan expression covered the face of the deceased guard, as though he hadn't felt any remorse even about his own death. Or maybe the moment he lost his mind to the puppet master. He was already dead. A steamy breath left Lionel's lips, his gaze cold. He stood amidst hundreds of guards, his presence malevolent. His fists gripped around his spear's shaft, the flowing of his blood growing even faster. With another swing, Lionel reaped another life. His strike was so ferocious that his spear bowed beneath his strength, smashing the patrolling guard into the ground with mere wind pressure before his blade even reached his neck. Lionel's footwork accelerated, his movements becoming like flowing water. He danced through the organized army of puppets, as though he didn't know fatigue, as though he didn't know pain. Every blow was just as powerful as the last, if not more powerful. His body fed off a seemingly endless supply of energy, powering through without end. The citizens of White City had no idea what was happening. They didn't understand why a civil war had suddenly erupted between the people of Earth, and many weren't entirely sure how to react to such a change. Should they be running? Escaping? Which side should they be fighting alongside? Was this maybe a trap? Within the dungeon, the obese merchant looked up and through the bars. He noticed the odd actions of the guards all the way up until they left their stations entirely. At first, he thought they might have been changing shifts, but it seemed that things weren't so simple. The lip of the obese merchant curled. So this is the trump card Terrain mentioned? Quite a trump card indeed. Lionel's spear clanged with every strike, a new life falling with his every swing. Blood flew about him like the droplets of a painting, his skin reddening and steam practically billowing out from his mouth with his every movement. His muscles were like tightened cords, his limbs like the instruments of a symphony. His expressions exhibited the focus of a starving artist, his offensive prowess embodying every ounce of their passion. It was as though Lionel wanted Aina to feel his strength, to feel his power through the endless thrumming of his heart. Lionel's spear pierced through a final head, hundreds of corpses lying beneath his feet. Blood caked his blade, dripping across his body as though he had just been beneath a rain of crimson. Another heated breath left Lionel's lips. A scorching heat billowed outward, boiling the air and causing it to crackle. Raging fire elemental force surged around Lionel, causing the temperature to skyrocket. He looked up into the skies, his irises flickering with a violet-red color. An icy portal began to open. A harsh clash of elements caused hurricane-force winds to kick up across the city. Slowly, a massive white wolf prowled out, a low, rumbling growl causing the hearts of those who heard it to seize. Behind it, knights dressed in armors of ice walked, brandishing polearm weapons of all sorts. At that moment, cracks of lightning suddenly shot across Lionel's dreamscape, his gaze shining as a blistering heat continued to crackle the air around him. The attack on the fort that had ended in a failure due to Lionel's action. However, the attack on Dark Cloud Prison hadn't ended in failure. Those two occurrences seemed to have nothing to do with one another, but there was a fine line of truth connecting them both, the puppet master. Those red-black lines, they carried with them a thick scent of blood, but it wasn't just any blood, it was the blood of people of Earth. Just like Lionel could see through the subtle changes in energy that separated people of different worlds, he could just as easily see through the subtle fluctuations of energy that were unique to the people of Earth as well. I see. Those prisoners are dead. Lionel finally understood. The puppet master likely needed the thousands of earthener lives to accomplish his goal, but he had failed to get what he needed with Royal Blue Fort, so he had to change his plans. Compared to attacking a fort where the people didn't want to escape, wasn't it easier to attack a fort where everyone wanted to escape? And they all fell right into his lap. At that moment, another portal appeared. This time, it was a red wolf followed by knights adorned in magma-like armor. Then, there was yet another. In this one, a sand-colored wolf followed by knights adorned in earth-like armor appeared. And then there was a final portal. In this one, a green wolf followed by knights adorned with illusory, wind-like armor appeared. Lionel stood at the center of these four groups, Aina still strapped to his back. Corpses littered his surroundings, blood slowly dripping from the end of his blade and down his body. He closed his eyes, the thumping of his heart and the aching of his body playing in his ears. It seems Earth is in trouble, Lionel thought silently. In any other case, I might not care much. My top priority is Aina's safety and her happiness. I may very well have chosen to escape this world at this very moment, but you just had to piss me off. The ground beneath Lionel began to rumble. Chapter 555. Lionel brandished his spear, blocking the swipe of a devastating claw attack. His body rattled and shook, his internal organs threatening to shear apart beneath the strain. However, his gaze remained cold and indifferent, as though the frigid energies of the white wolf couldn't impact him in the slightest. The flickering runes across his body solidified. In that moment, whatever jarring inner injuries he felt weakened considerably, his gaze meeting the white-blue irises of the wolf before him. Little Black Star. Lionel hardly finished his thought before an adorable little mink appeared by his side. After observing the situation, the little guy bore his fangs, his hair standing up on end. Lionel retreated as Black Star sent a furious claw swipe forward, causing sides of dark energy to tear through the air and forcing the white wolf back. The red wolf appeared in Lionel's path of retreat, his teeth spilling over with billowing flames. It opened its jaws, a jagged row of glistening white being accompanied by a blistering heat. As though a dragon, its throat flexed and its chest expanded. Due to the size differences, Lionel could clearly see the ball of flames forming and building up. It bubbled like magma, causing a slight red glow to appear at the wolf's throat. The red-armored knights trudged forward, their polearm weapons sweeping toward Lionel as though they didn't fear the fiery breath of the red wolf in the slightest. Shoo! The forward force of the red wolf's breath was so great that its body skidded backward, its claws leaving deep marks in the ground. Lionel watched as this ball of fire made its way toward him. It scorched the air, revolving at dangerous speeds and reflecting colors of red, orange, and gold. The air around it seemed to disappear into a vat of billowing smoke, the temperature of the surroundings increasing to the point where it seemed that anyone standing within its radius would be burnt to ash. However, Lionel continued to watch it as though he couldn't sense the numerous blade blocking his path or see the looming danger in the slightest. Just when it seemed that Lionel would be burnt to a crisp, he reached out a hand. In that instant, the fireball, which had already crossed speeds of hundreds of miles per hour, grinded to a halt, resting on Lionel's outstretched palm as though it was a normal ball rather than a 3-meter-tall monstrosity. Lionel's hand swiped across. As though an obedient pet, the ball of fire suddenly accelerated, shooting across the battlefield and slamming into the white wolf. The sound of roars and whimpers sounded, the white wolf losing more than half its vitality in an instant. No matter how hard it had tried to dodge, it simply couldn't. First it had to deal with Black Star's claw swipe, but before it could even do so, its own partner's attack suddenly bore down upon it, nearly taking its head off. A resonance softer than even an assassin's footsteps appeared to Lionel's back. Its actions were so swift and controlled that there wasn't even the slightest wind pressure associated with its actions. The green wolf's fangs glistened, biting down toward Lionel with every intention of swallowing him whole. It seems it didn't work. Though Lionel thought this, his actions weren't slow in the slightest. Lionel released his universal force, tapping into the Four Seasons realm once again and fusing it with the gravity field of his bronze runes. The instant he did, the minor uptick in gravity suddenly rose explosively. The speed of the green wolf plummeted, its open jaw crashing down into the ground with such force that its mouth snapped and its teeth cracked. Lionel had wanted to use the little mink's beast control ability to wrest ownership of these wolves away. But clearly this wasn't possible. The puppet master's control ability was far beyond that of the White Knight Lionel stole this ability from. In that case, he would just have to take another. Lionel suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, the strain of using the Four Seasons realm impacting him once again. But he pretended as though nothing had happened, strong spear forces swirling around him as he slashed downward. Little Black Star ripped its way out of the white wolf's body, his little frame and once lush black fur coated in an eerie crimson. Take this ability for yourself. The moment Lionel's words finished, he completed his final slash. His mind was filled with images of a burly man with a chest packed with dense hair. He stood alone in the woods, a darkness pervading his surroundings. The chirps of birds set his rhythm, and his beating heart stilled to a crawl. He rose an axe above his head, his muscles subtly writhing beneath his coat of hair. His movements were slow, but controlled, a beautiful rhythm hidden within them. Then he chopped down, splintering a thick piece of wood in two. Lionel's image and the image of the mane overlapped. His actions seemed to be fueled by nature's pulse, carrying a tempo that made them impossible to dodge. The green wolf's head was split in two in that very instant, its body vanishing into countless motes of light before much blood could be spilt. The little mink appeared to Lionel's side, grasping with his little claws and causing a shadow to form. Without hesitation, the little guy swallowed it. A strong wind suddenly enveloped the little mink, his body becoming surrounded with foggy green-black energies. With a leap, the little mink found his place on Lionel's head. In that moment, Lionel felt that the disconnect he had once had with wind elemental force suddenly vanished. In fact, the force-strengthening deviation had never been clearer to him than it was now. Float! Lionel shot into the air, dodging an attempted strike by the sand-colored wolf. Unfortunately for it, beneath the force field of Lionel's metal synergy lineage factor, it hadn't been able to use any of its abilities at all. In the blink of an eye, Lionel stood over 100 meters in the air. His cold gaze looked down toward the ground as a jet-black surfboard appeared beneath his feet. Lionel stretched out a hand, his internal sight connecting with the nodes of the city. A coldness pervaded the air, filling it with a lurking scent of death. Despite the fact they were puppets with hardly any emotions of their own, the knights and two remaining wolves below trembled unconsciously, the last bits of their humanity shining through in their final moments. Die! Space suddenly warped and twisted. By the time it settled back down, there was nothing but a crater left. However, this crater had edges so smooth that it caused one to shiver. Chapter 556. Lionel breathed hard, his face paling somewhat. But soon, he steadied himself, slowly descending. Within their homes, many peeked out to see what was happening after all the noise came to a stop. But all they saw was a singular young man, standing before a hole so smooth it reflected like a mirror. That's it. The longer Lionel stood before the smooth crater, the brighter his eyes seemed to grow. He completely forgot about his fatigue, a furious will billowing out from his thumping heart. Space was among the most dangerous force-strengthening deviation in all of existence. Just a slight modification to a force art meant to teleport had created such devastation. Let alone having a chance to survive, there likely wasn't a single atom remaining of what used to be of these puppets. The unfortunate part was that using the drawn force arts like this made it a one-use item. All the nodes in this area had been completely destroyed after just a single strike. It would be impossible to use the same tactic in this area. He would have to use a different location. The durability of the materials simply couldn't hold up to multiple uses. But it was precisely because of this that this attack was so dangerous. Lionel looked up into the sky again. But now, the only reddish-black line that remained was the one connected to Aina. Still, the puppet master was sorely mistaken if it believed it could possibly use Aina against him. Despite the fact he couldn't see the puppet master, it still felt as though his vision tore through space and time itself, his fury boiling through the fabric of reality. The puppet master sat in its vat of blood, its white irises flickering with rage. Those puppets of his that Lionel had just killed might not have been his most powerful, but they were his most useful. They had gotten a lot of work done for him in the past, and had taken a lot of effort to nurture to the point where they could retain some intelligence of their own. But now they were gone, and the puppet master couldn't quite understand how. How could his fire and earth elemental affinity be higher than my puppets? Others might not have quite understood what happened. But how could he, as the controller of these puppets, have been unaware? According to the usual team dynamic, the Earth Wolf would have the most area of effect impact. The Wind Wolf would pin opponents down. The Fire Wolf would be the main offensive power with the support of the Ice Wolf. However, from the very beginning, the Earth Wolf's attacks seemed to be useless. The puppet master hadn't quite understood what was happening, so tried to probe the situation with the Ice Wolf, sending Lionel flying into the path of the Fire Wolf. It worked out perfectly. After calculating through Lionel's defenses, the puppet master had believed that he would end up dead, while Aina would end up severely injured. It was perfect. But none of this considered the fact that the Fire Wolf's attack would be absolutely useless. Not only was it useless, but it even knocked the Ice Wolf out of the battle completely. The last chance the puppet master had was the Wind Wolf, who was able to silently appear behind Lionel, only for it to fall victim to an area of effect force field that nearly completely incapacitated it. From start to finish, they never had a chance. Lionel's only injury seemed to have been self-inflicted. How could the puppet master not be enraged? The worst part was that even after a long analysis, it still had no idea what that final attack was. The only thing it knew was that even if it had been in the range of that attack, it might not have fared any better. The puppet master wanted to stand and go deal with this situation personally, but it was well aware that it couldn't. As a variant invalid, the puppet master had strength that could rival even savants of the same level. The only difference between it and a savant was that while savants could improve by doing nothing but eating and sleeping, its path to improvement was several times more difficult than even humans. With its strength, especially coupled with the headpiece its queen so graciously bestowed upon it, dulling the senses of a world of people with population numbering in the mere millions wasn't an issue. In fact, even if the number was tens of times this amount, it still wouldn't have much of a problem. The issue, though, lied in the fact it couldn't move from this region. Not many knew this, but his puppeteering ability relied on blood. By accumulating enough blood from the people of Earth, he was able to lock down on their auras, thus giving him a much wider range. If it left this place, its senses would slowly dull until its control snapped. The puppet master took a deep breath. It had been lying in wait for thousands of years. It had patience his fellow invalids never had. This was why it was on the cusp of success while they were all dead. It couldn't allow itself to make a mistake in these final moments. I've already locked on her aura. It will be impossible for her to escape me. It won't be too late to bring her to my side when the capital falls. The puppet master sneered, looking down toward Lionel's gaze, its face twisting into a sinister expression. Looming giants shifted to its back, their slight movements causing the ground to quake. It seems that he succeeded. It's unexpected, though, that this legion wouldn't try to kick the Empire while it was down. The puppet master turned its attention away from Lionel, looking toward another part of Earth. There, a battle no less important than the one at the capital was taking place. However, the combatants weren't the Empire and the cities. Rather, They were the Slayer Legion and the Powers. And, unfortunately for the Slayer Legion, due to the puppet master's interference, they were faring even worse than the Empire's warriors. Chapter 557. The battlefield was the ocean surface. Warriors swept across, brandishing their weapons as best they could without proper footholds. It was clear that it was much more difficult to use the water's surface as an anchor point than it would have been real ground. Blood flew, coloring the deep blue waters a grotesque shade of purple. But just as quickly as these pockets of color formed, they were washed away, blending into the deep liquid body as though nothing had happened. Are these the so-called talents of Earth? Is this supposed to be a joke? Rain-Red Solar's expression was plastered with a sneer. After he had learned that Aina, a woman he had lost to, was an Earthener, he had already had some pin-up dissatisfaction when it came to people of this world. No matter how talented Earth was, in their eyes, it was nothing but an upstart. How could it compare to their thousands of years of heritage? Did they have styles? Did they have force techniques of their own passed down by their ancestors? Did they even have their society built back to what it once was before the metamorphosis? At this point, Earth was nothing but a child having lost the backing of its parents. There were no higher dimensional worlds coming to coddle and hold them any longer. They were on their own right now, yet they were supposedly better than them? Since when had the dimensional verse become such a joke? Jolnia's look of disdain was no less. On the ocean's surface, her fall style was even stronger than it would be otherwise. Her every palm seemed to be able to reap another life, even if said life was over a dozen meters away. This battlefield had practically become a one-sided slaughter. The only issue with this is that if matters are really so easy, what are the odds the cities appreciate this favor of ours? Jolnia said offhandedly, reaping another life. Rain-Red's sneer deepened. Who cares what they think at this point? We're already here, aren't we? Since when have we feared what the cities think? Do we even need their opinion? At worst, we'll just share this new world with them, just like we shared terrain previously. While the two spoke, Wheelis stood aside silently, scanning the battlefield with a hint of caution in his eye. As the one with the strongest sensory abilities among them, he could tell that these matters weren't so simple. There definitely seemed to be something wrong with the warriors of Earth, but he wasn't sure what it was. Is this the trump card of the cities? If that's the case, what's to stop them from using it against us? Jolnia, still sporting a look of disdain, sent a glance toward Wheelis. An ambiguous light flashed within her gaze, but she didn't say anything as she looked toward her distant father. Headfall seemed to understand what his daughter was trying to convey, but his calm smile revealed nothing else. It was clear that he wasn't very worried at all. Hutch looked over the battlefield with a frown, a sharp aura twirling around him. As a warrior with so much experience, he was the most aware when there was something wrong with his body. And at this moment, there was most definitely something wrong. Yet, not only could he not seem to do anything about it, he wasn't even aware of what the main issue was to begin with. He found it completely baffling even with his years of life. So, this is the true dimensional verse. Hutch smiled bitterly, looking up at the sky to give his eyes a break from the carnage happening before him. He seemed to be the oldest he had been in a very long time, his wrinkles becoming far deeper and his eyes becoming more sunken. As old as he was, Hutch had never gotten a true taste of the vast universe before. He lamented that he was born too early, that his blade wouldn't get to taste the blood of worlds yet unseen. However, he was lucky enough that this old body of his managed to hold on to the end, to make it here. Now he had a chance to live for longer, to live out those fanciful dreams he had had as a child. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Who would have known that in one moment, he would be speaking of the valiant Slayer Legion, and in the next, he would be watching his warriors die, one after another. There were no fanciful dreams to be found on this battlefield, no childhood fantasies, nothing that could bring a smile to his face. If Hutch's enemies knew that he was having such thoughts, they might very well be stunned to early deaths. This was Hacker Hutch, a man who should have long since become used to the cruelty of the battlefield. For a person like him, being shocked by blood and gore shouldn't have been possible, let alone being hurt by it. But this was very much different. The change was too abrupt. It felt as though what he had been looking for was right in the palm of his hands, only for it to be snatched before he could even think of making use of it. Hutch looked down at the blade in his hand. As the acting commander, it had yet to taste a thing from this battlefield. It remained silent, its bloodthirst restrained from the senses of those around it, the pitiful wails of Hutch's soul seemingly trapped within. I guess there's not much of a choice remaining. It's either we go all out, or we all die here. Hutch brandished his machete. With a single step forward, the waters beneath him rippled outward before becoming still beyond compare. None of the battle around him seemed capable of affecting his territory in the slightest. He was Hacker Hutch. If death was waiting for him, he'd be the first to say hello. Chapter 558. The situation at the capital only seemed to be growing worse. With the exception of Noah and Tyrion, the fighting prowess of the Eartheners seemed to have hit rock bottom. In fact, the nerf on their strength had increased by several levels due to unknown reasons just moments ago. They were continuously driven backward, retreating again and again until it seemed as though they didn't have any recourse left. By now, barely half a kilometer to Noah's back, the thick trunk of the second layer could be found. Any advantage they had had from the higher ground provided by the first layer had completely vanished, leaving almost everyone on equal footing. Luckily, the branches of the second layer had gained some artillery units. Rains of bullets and arrows flew down from above, covering the terrain army. However, after finally gaining a taste of success after so long, the invaders seemed to have gained numerous second and third winds. They finally saw a crack in the armor that was the talents of Earth. How could they not take advantage? Their fervor reached new levels, their blood rushing through to their ears and their skin becoming flushed. War cries left their mouths one after another, bearing down on the capital with heavy steps. To Earth, they were defending their home. It was only right they had a fire lit in their bellies. However, to Terrain, this was about their futures. All those who could fight on these battlefields were men and women who held astounding strength and power. They mingled with the upper echelons of society and saw Terrain for what it was. A dying world. If they wanted a better future for their children, for their families, for themselves, the only path forward was to take down Earth. There was no going back. There were no redos. This was the reality of the dimensional verse. It was a land where worlds fell every minute of every day. But, by the same token, there were just as many that rose up. The question was whether it would be Earth or Terrain. Pincering the capital from two sides, there were two cities, whereas every other province only gained the focus of one. The capital was worthy of double this. Understanding this much, it was no wonder, then, that the Slayer Legion was in such a bad position. The balance of power on Terrain were the cities versus the powers. However, there were only 3 powers for 12 cities. The Slayer Legion was essentially facing half of Terrain's strength, all on their own. Of course, things were actually more complicated than this. For one, the Slayer Legion wielded more strength than it seemed. Though their overall strength was less than that of the Empire, the difference wasn't exaggerated. As a hidden trump card of the Ascension Empire, it was only right that they wield a certain amount of strength. Secondly, the cities wielded more strength than they displayed to the powers. Since they had been planning this invasion for so long, how could they waste their resources on a civil war? The truth was that if the cities wanted, they could have wiped the powers from existence whenever they wanted. It was just that the benefit wasn't worth it. If one were to take an objective look at it, 2 cities were enough to give the powers an intense battle to the death. 3 cities were enough to give them a 60% chance of winning. For cities, almost guaranteed victory at an 80 to 90% probability. This was all to say that the capital was under a tremendous amount of strain already, and it only made it worse that the 2 cities attacking it were among the most powerful. One was obvious. Kia First City, the city in the lead of this invasion, took the helm at one cardinal direction. But the second city was also easily recognizable. In fact, its aura was even somewhat suppressive of Kiefer City, simply due to the sheer imagery it portrayed. It had tall, steel-black walls, filled with sharp spikes that would make scaling them impossible. Just the walls themselves stood at double the height of any other city wall to this point, and its aura was just as dark. Billowing black, smoke jetting out from buildings hidden behind the tall walls. It was impossible to tell where this smoke was coming from unless you had a vantage point from the sky. But, just judging by the heavily armored brutes that made up their army, one would think that they were being churned out of factories, which would more than explain the billowing black smoke. The footsteps of these warriors were heavy, their every step causing the earth to quake. Each and every one of them wielded a polearm weapon, as though afraid they wouldn't seem manly enough. Even the exceptions to this wielded massive great swords the size of their bodies. It was simply an army right out of nightmares. They didn't blink an eye in the face of death. Their forward momentum was dauntless and impossible to stop, and their strikes were powerful and relentless. This was the army of Black City, a city that Lionel would recognize well, not because he had laid eyes upon it, but rather because he was familiar with their young heir. Jeffrak Black. Jeffrak stood atop the city walls, the complicated feelings he had been holding onto having long since vanished. His head reflected beneath the sunlight, his dark armor becoming scorching beneath the heat. Today, this capital falls. To now, they had only been sending out foot soldiers. But now, their true assault would begin. On the opposite side of the province, Kiefer City's gates began to slowly open as though in perfect sync with Black City. Sharp sword auras soared through the skies, filling the capital with the sound of crossing and sharpening blades. The elites of the two cities slowly marched forward. At the head of one army, there was Jeffrak and his father, City Lord Black. At the head of the other, there was Anared and his father, City Lord Kiefer. All four looked toward the city as though watching a beast on its death throes. However, it was at that moment that the situation changed again. Space distorted, a third city appearing in the sky. It crashed down with a force that could destroy mountains, landing on the ground and sending a quaking force throughout the capital. Its gates soon opened, row after row of soldiers marching toward the capital from a third direction. Hargrove City had appeared again, and it reeked of blood. Chapter 559. Do not unlock him, sorry. Mistakes were Fairy King's 11th son seemed to have trouble breathing. But he eventually shook his head and grit his teeth, his words eventually coming out in a steady flow. According to reports, Littlest Sister recently used her name to access one of our vaults in Osiris through the Mercenary Guild. She withdrew a small sum for unknown reasons. But regardless, she should be in Osiris right now. The Fairy King frowned. Osiris? Wasn't that the dream world formed by the Mercenary Guild? Why would his daughter be there? Unless she found her life partner? The Fairy King asked with a dark expression. We can't be sure, but after some digging we did find that she entered with a human boy. Find out this boy's information. The Fairy King replied, his voice tinged with a hint of cold. Osiris was a dream world. This essentially meant that it couldn't count as a location. Even if they knew she was in Osiris, there was no telling what world she had gone off to and where she was connecting to Osiris from. Since, in all likelihood, she was connecting to Osiris by proxy of this life partner, then the best way to find her was to find him. Then, they could make a complicated matter simple. We've already tried, Father. But the Fairy King's expression grew colder. But what? A chilly aura gripped the meditation room, refusing to let go. The information is sealed off. Then contact someone to unseal it. The Fairy King spoke of violating the core laws of the Mercenary Guild as though they were nothing. This was precisely why Ryu had known not to trust it and why he didn't dare to use his own bank accounts even after reincarnating. In a martial world, rules were only followed by the weak. The Fairy King might not have been a sky god, but just how many sky gods had there been in Cultist clan history? Plus, with his current status, he could just barely carry just as much sway as a sky god could. This was how heavy his every word was. Something like unsealing classified information of a singular individual was no problem at all. This, Elipharan's 11th son hesitated again. What's the problem? Speak. Father, already tried requesting such information already. Unfortunately, the information is sealed, even beyond what our word can unseal. It's likely that this boy has joined a faction. The Fairy King's expression flickered, a light of fury deep within them. A faction? Who cared? A damned faction dared to stand in the way of information about his daughter. Were they tired of living? Father, the situation is more complicated. The boy has joined a faction of the saintly weapon sky god. That man has always been an eccentric and is practically impossible to contact. There's no telling where he is now. He has no subordinates, so the only person we can contact to release this information would be him personally. There aren't even any members running his faction at all. Our hands are tied. The Fairy King's expression twitched several times. It was clear his anger had reached the point of imploding, but he didn't know where to vent it. A sky god with no fetters like the saintly weapon sky god was the most difficult to deal with. If such an existence was offended, who could bear the rage of a sky god without worries? The only thing that stopped sky gods with grudges against one another from acting indiscriminately were their families and descendants. No one wanted to see their hard work of countless epochs come crashing down before their eyes. However, what if a sky god didn't have such worries? Why him? The Fairy King's brow furrowed. As far as he was aware, the saintly weapon sky god had only joined the mercenary guild due to convenience. After all, their restrictions on their members were practically non-existent. Logically, such a person shouldn't accept anyone into their faction. So, how had this boy been accepted? Husband. At that moment, another woman walked into the meditation room. But, compared to how the others were treated, no one dared to get in the way of this woman. Everything from her gait to the slight swaying of her hips exuded perfection. This woman was none other than Elipharan's first wife, his queen, and Ailsa's mother, Sasha Cultus. Sasha only had 2 children, one elder son and one youngest daughter. Unfortunately, her son had died to an incident that occurred long before Ailsa's birth. So, it was clear that even in comparison to the Fairy King, Sasha was even more concerned about the whereabouts of her daughter. Sasha? Is something the matter? Elipharan's expression softened considerably. He stowed away his coldness with an unnatural swiftness the moment he laid eyes on his wife. "Where's my Ailsa?" Sasha said softly. Though her demeanor was elegant, her expressions seemed to carry a slight sickliness to them that made one want to protect her with all their might. Elipharan took a deep breath. "I will find her." Sasha smiled somewhat bitterly. She had heard these words many times before, but they never came to fruition. Little Ailsa just doesn't understand. Elipharan sighed, rubbing his temples. Life partners seemed to be a great tradition of the fairies. But the truth was that this was only a responsibility of the commoners amongst fairies. Fairy royalty were far too valuable to simply hand away to an unknown life partner. And this was especially so for Ailsa. Not only was Ailsa the child of the Fairy King, but her mother was of a background that even the Fairy King himself always remained silent about. And, as important as these matters were, Ailsa was also the most suited to take up his position once he chose to retire. With her talent, she shouldn't even be very far from having the strength necessary to accomplish this either. But, after Ailsa found the notes left behind by her elder brother all those years ago, her feelings toward life partners seemed to take a complete turnaround. Before them as her parents could even comprehend the changes occurring to their daughter, Ailsa had disappeared to places unknown and had already been gone for over 9 cycles of 100 million years. Chapter 560. The appearance of a third city placed the already reeling capital even further onto its back foot. There were 4 city lords that stood above the rest. By some wisp of luck, Earth had managed to get rid of one of them in City Lord White. However, that unfortunately left 3 still remaining. And now, These three had all aimed their weapons toward the Ascension Empire's core. Hutch brandished his blade, his unkempt gray hair whistling in the wind like dried strands of straw. Blood caked his body, his rusted blade especially dripping with copious amounts. He crossed the battlefield with a certain level of confidence to him. Everywhere he passed, time seemed to distort and slow, only for another life to be reaped. His presence alone seemed to stop the continuous defeats the Slayer Legion suffered. Rainred's sneer finally thinned, seeing such a scene. Even at such a distance, he could feel danger emitting from Hutch's blade. He felt that he would stand no chance beneath it, a reality that he simply couldn't fathom. This Hutch had at best recently broken into the fourth dimension, while he himself was already in the fifth tier of the fourth dimension. There shouldn't be anything that could bridge such a gap. Was the difference between their abilities really so drastic? Worlds like Terrain, which were lacking in talent, often placed great emphasis on their force cultivation. This bred the illusion that one's diligence was far more important than the talent one was born with. However, it was just that, an illusion. Between two people who had vastly different levels of talent, force cultivation was almost irrelevant. Lionel himself was continuously battling foes many times stronger than him in terms of foundation, and he never once paused to think about what tier they had reached. Raynard shook his head. It wasn't just ability. It was that damn machete. He didn't know what magic the old man had pulled, but the skill with which he used that blade was beyond comprehension. It should be the Four Seasons realm. But why was it that there were no obvious signs of the Four Seasons then? Seems like it's about time. Raynard was startled out of his thoughts, only to find that his father, along with Head Falls and Head Mirage, had appeared by their sides at some unknown time. Seeing such a scene, Rainred's lips curled up again. He hadn't known why his old man and the others hadn't stepped onto the battlefield yet. But now that they were here, this farce could finally come to an end. Which of these heads wasn't firmly in Tier 7 or above? Hutch's actions took a tremendous amount of pressure off of the front lines. With his level of training, the restraints this odd debuff had on him was limited. Much like Aina could regain control of her body using her axe as a medium, Hutch could fulfill this, and then some. Unfortunately, not everyone had such a medium. Or, more accurately, not everyone could tap into it to the extent that Hutch could. Existences like Monet and the other new generation Supremes had received training since their youth, but with Earth still in the third-dimensional stage, communicating with Universal Force was hundreds of times more difficult back then. Hutch was practically the only one who could reach such a stage without issue. And, even then, had he been born in a higher-dimensional world, his achievements would still far outshine what he could accomplish now. Damn brats! Hutch growled. I told you all to not forget your training regimens after you gained your fancy new abilities, but what did you all do? Now look at you. Fury colored Hutch's gaze red. He screamed at the corpses floating on the water like a madman, his aura blazing. Monet bit down on her teeth hard, brandishing her fiery whip as she tried to support Hutch along with the other elites. But it was clear that her flames were even weaker than they had been when she met Lionel, despite the fact they had long since evolved to be tens of times stronger. Hutch's machete raged like a tornado of blades. His actions seemed no different from a butcher hacking meat, yet his crude style somehow became inescapable even to these well-trained soldiers of Terrain. Die! Hutch's billowing roars shook the battlefield, his shouts laced with anger. The veins across his wrinkled body pulsed, his strength seemingly fueled by his fury. Just as he was cutting through the front line of the enemy troops, three figures came dashing out of the army, each moving with such speed that the waters beneath their feet sliced apart as though a large blade ran through the surface. The closer one got to the fifth dimension, the larger the differences between tiers became. The difference between a Tier 5 entity like Raynard and a Tier 8 one like his father was akin to the vastness of a universe. It was simply like comparing a well-trained soldier to a man approaching godhood. Facing three such existences all at once, Hutch couldn't help but feel his hair prickle, his reddened gaze locking onto those before. To his back, there were thousands of weakened soldiers, each relying on these frail, old shoulders of his. To his front, there was suddenly an enemy more powerful than any he had ever met, each of them with towering auras that had long since locked onto him. It seems that the cities have finally entered their end phase, Headfall said emotionlessly. Unless we want to watch from afar as they claim the capital for themselves, it's probably best that we move this along. Head Solar and Head Mirage rose an eyebrow, but didn't say much else after hearing this. Headfall stretched out his palm. Head Solar grabbed at air, causing a 2.5-meter-long halberd to appear. As for Head Mirage, she brought out an oddly flowing whip that sometimes appeared as is and at other times unfurled as though a silky cloth. They had all decided that Hutch was the greatest threat on this battlefield, so he had to die first. Near the back line of the army, fighting alongside the other youths, Ellerin slaughtered enemies that appeared before him with even more ease than his grandfather. At that moment, a talisman on his person suddenly lit up and a voice drifted to his ear. Chapter 561. Ellerin continued to battle as though nothing had happened, brandishing a machete no different from his grandfather's. Even as he battled, his lips moved almost imperceptibly, but it seemed that even the youths right by his side that continued to fall to the strikes of the enemies, or even the soldiers that fell to his blade, couldn't hear a single word he was saying. Not far from Ellerin, there was another familiar group of youths. But these few were so ragged and beaten that even with his senses, Lionel might not recognize them at all. Among them, there was Roaring Black Lion, Seer, Falling Leaf, Thunderous Clap, and many more. By now, though, they hardly looked like themselves. Roaring Black Lion had deep gashes through his blackened body. His lion's roar continuously rocked the battlefield, debuffing their enemies and strengthening his squad. But every time he bellowed, ignoring his injuries, blood would fly from the bloody gash, tracing along his enormous body. Chasing Wind and Flowing Wind, two opposite sides of the same coin, did their best to protect him alongside Thunderous Clap. They knew well that if not for Roaring Black Lion helping to level the playing field, they would have fallen long ago. Ho-ho, are these the geniuses of Earth? I've heard so many great things about you all, but to think you'd be put in such a pitiful position against a mere few foot soldiers. Rainred's voice drifted into the ears of the youths. Without having to worry about Hutch, crossing the battlefield to reach this point had been almost too easy. Raynard curiously eyed the youths on their last legs, his eyes no different from a predator eyeing his prey. Jolnia and Wheelis had gone off to other sections of the battlefield already, so he felt quite happy that he had this place to himself. Tell me, have you heard of a talent by the name of Aina Brazinga? Where is she? If you answer in a timely fashion, I want mine taking you in as servants. After all, once Earth is conquered, we'll need quite a few sows and studs, so I can't possibly kill you all, right? Rainred's eyes scanned over Chasing Wind and Flowing Wind, his eyes especially locked on a Flowing Wind's scantily clad body. He had to say, this fiery young lady truly knew how to entice a man. Though they still wore their masks, Raynard believed in his intuition. This was definitely a beauty. Not a single person answered Raynard, their steely gazes locked onto him like ravenous wolves. They had never heard of this Aina Brazinger before, but even if they had, they wouldn't sell her out to this piece of shit. Not answering, Rainred's voice gained a tinge of murderous intent. The sudden change to his aura made the battlefield freeze over. The soldiers of Terrain had long since known to stop attacking, so as to let their young heir have his fun, but even they couldn't help but shiver. Rainred's strength was undeniable regardless of his character flaws. His rage alone seemed to slow the force in the region to a crawl. However, the youths remained silent, their jaws clenched. Ho ho ho! Raynard chuckled. Just when it seemed that Raynard would have to take action, a woman's voice called out anxiously. We've never heard of her, I swear. Please don't hurt me, it'll be his servant. The nervous chattering of the voice cut through whatever momentum and solidarity the youthful group had. Numerous gazes snapped over to the one who had been responsible for making them all seem so weak, only to find another familiar face on the end of it all, Pisces. Looks of disgust colored roaring black lion and the others' faces. A few months ago, they got word that Lionel had defected from the Slayer Legion and was now a wanted criminal by their ranks. He even appeared alongside several Ascension Empire officials they were previously tasked to kill. When they found out the reason that he ended up being chased away, they learned that one of their Supremes had asked him to hand in a treasure of his. This all left them baffled because they were certain that the Supreme had never personally laid eyes on the treasure, because not only was Lionel not a part of their district, but he had also only recently joined their legion to begin with. Lionel had only been able to participate in 2 events, one of which was a tournament, and the second of which was Project Hunt. Since he hadn't used the dictionary during the tournament and had only brought it out to save their lives on the island, that could only mean that it was someone who told the Supreme about his treasure. After reaching this point, they ran into a dead end. There were dozens of them who had survived. Finding out which one it had been was almost impossible. But among the group of surviving youths, there was a young man with a deduction ability. According to his calculations, there was a 97% chance that the traitor who divulged Lionel's secrets was none other than this Pisces right before them. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't reprimand a Supreme with their standing. The best they could do was ostracize Pisces and make their displeasure known. But who would have known that it would come back to bite them? Pisces was among the most powerful on this battlefield due to her water-related abilities, but she hardly raised a finger to protect anyone but herself. Her selfishness caused their casualties to be far beyond what they should have been. And now, she was betraying them all again. Even if they didn't know who this Aina was, they felt it was a matter of principle, and Pisces had spit in the face of it again. Oh, Reynard tilted his head, curiously observing Pisces. Seeing that her figure was also enticing, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Come over here. Pisces trembled, but eventually moved forward, allowing her chin to be caressed and her mask to be slowly removed. Ah, a beauty indeed. Reynard grinned, lightly playing with Pisces' blue hair. You don't know an Aina? No, I've really never heard of her. She isn't one of us. As she spoke, Pisces became more determined and firm, allowing Reynard to do as he pleased, and even inviting him to do more. Pisces was just a small talent. She didn't know the truth behind the Slayer Legion, so she had no idea the Empire was on their side. All she saw was a devastating losing battle being fought against a world many times more powerful than them. She had no intention of going down with the ship. Reynard dragged a finger along Pisces' exposed collarbone. If not her, have you heard of a certain Lionel Morales? Pisces and the others froze. Originally, Lionel had used the name Indomitable, but in order to make them trust him more and allow things to go more smoothly, he had both removed his mask and exposed his name to them. Pisces' lip curled into a sweet smile. Yes, I have heard of him. The pin-up rage everyone had for Pisces' actions boiled over. But before roaring Black Lion could even finish his words, his throat gurgled, filling up with blood. He looked down toward his broad chest, laying eyes on the bloody hole that appeared where his heart should have been. Flowing Wind shrieked as the others watched on with wide eyes. Roaring Black Lion fell into the waters. Dead. Chapter 562. Somehow, even compared to the other bodies constantly falling on the battlefield, Roaring Black Lion's was especially resounding. Maybe it was because his body was so large. Maybe it was because he was their previous beacon of hope. Or maybe it was because he was the first to die in such cruel fashion. There wasn't a long, drawn-out battle. No final valiant words. No last gaze of defiance. There was nothing but a wave of a hand and an abrupt, gurgling noise. Then there was a splash. They had never thought that a sound so benign could ring through their souls with such harshness. His body slapped against the ocean waters, his blood pooling into a fog of liquid violet. But this time, the change to the waters didn't seem keen on dispersing so quickly. It continued to thicken, growing dense to the point the violet turned toward red before reaching a dense blackness that perfectly suited the call of death. Noisy, Reynard shook his head, cleaning out his ears with a finger. Roaring Black Lion's voice was indeed booming, especially with his ability. Unfortunately, it was grating on the ears. Reynard didn't have the patience to deal with it. The youths looked at Roaring Black Lion's corpse, their bodies trembling. It felt as though their hearts were being ripped out from their chests. Compared to the other youths of the Slayer Legion, this group was especially close. They had all survived the events of the Force eruption together. They had learned to lean on one another for strength and companionship. Even though they had had some clashes between each other back then, it had ultimately brought them closer. And yet, someone they had just been fighting side by side with was dead. Just like that. His body swayed in the waters, his bestial form slowly shrinking back to reveal the face of an ordinary young man. He had dark skin and thick hair. His face had gone slack in his death, but it was enough to accentuate his sharp features and charismatic aura. This was the first time any of them were seeing Roaring Black Lion's face. The last time his mask fell off after a transformation, it was Lionel who helped him cover up before others could lay eyes on him. But somehow, seeing his face now hit them all harder than a truck. He just looked so normal. A young man of not even 20 years of age, dead on the whims of a madman. You've heard of him, you say? Where is he? Reynard turned his attention back to Pisces. Though he spoke these words, his eyes continuously scanned her body as though he couldn't be bothered with the response. In truth, it really didn't matter much if he found Lionel now or later. The result would be effectively the same. There was still time before Valiant Heart Mountain's admissions activated, and it was highly unlikely Lionel would be able to leave Earth. The tickets to other worlds might be an easy matter for well-established worlds. But to fledgling worlds like Earth, their value was no less than that of a Tier 9 black treasure. According to reports, as expected, Lionel had relied on Terrain's teleportation channels to make it back to Earth, which meant whatever talismans he had used to come to Terrain in the first place were used up. If not for this, why would he risk entering a city of Terrain? It would have been safer to not do so if he could help it. Ultimately, there was no place for Lionel to run. He would land in his hands one way or another soon enough, along with Aina. Pisces hesitated. I'm not exactly certain of where he is. He was expelled from our Slayer Legion and placed on our wanted list. Reynard frowned when he heard these words. Wasn't this as good as telling him nothing at all? What was the use of saying she knew him then? Sensing the change in Reynard's mood, Pisces panicked somewhat, a cold sweat matting her back. She racked her brain, practically flipping it over again and again as though to wring out the dregs of her memory. Luckily, her efforts paid off. Her eyes lit up, something finally clicking. I know. I'm not sure if he's there now, but I heard that he once caused a big commotion at Royal Blue Fort. He used to be a famous football player and was well known in the province. In all likelihood, he has some close ties to the people in Royal Blue Fort. Reynard's expression softened. Oh, is that so? Pisces nodded hurriedly. She was practically as obedient as a kitten. Royal Blue Province? We received some information about that province. How convenient. It should be really close to this location. Reynard mused, rubbing his chin and looking across the battlefield. Seeing Hutch in such a sorry state, and how everything seemed to be turning in their favor, he realized that his services probably wouldn't be needed on this battlefield for much longer. Soon, he'd be able to take his own personal troop to this Royal Blue Fort to see what was happening. If he could find Lionel, then good. Aina probably wouldn't be far away. But if he couldn't find Lionel, well, this little girl made quite an interesting point. Since that province was his home, there probably weren't a small number of people who had connections to him over there, right? After Reynard finished his musings, he looked toward the remaining youths. They stared daggers at him, each of them with hearts filled with endless fury. However, as furious as they were, Reynard's next words made them feel as though they had been plunged into the depths of hell. Well, there's not really a point in any of you existing any longer, right? Reynard flicked out with his fingers again, causing several more geniuses of the Slayer Legion to fall. Flowing Wind stood frozen in time, a bloody smile hanging on her lips. Though it was a smile, it was filled with bitterness. You know, if this was a movie, you'd be swooping down right about now. Don't you think you're a bit late? Handsome. Flowing Wind's consciousness slowly faded to black, her last thoughts being of Lionel's face. Chapter 563. So what are you trying to say exactly? Ellerin swung his blade down again, a mark of complete indifference on his face. He reaped another life with ease, the bloodiness of the battlefield seemingly having nothing to do with him. Him saying that it's not yet time. You're a smart boy. Do I really need to repeat myself? It isn't that I don't understand what you're saying. It's more so that it doesn't make much sense. If now isn't the best time, then when else could possibly be? Looking at the state of the battlefield, Ellerin thought that the caller on the other side must be pulling some sort of practical joke. The casualties the Slayer Legion had tallied up to now numbered in the several thousand, and these were among their elites. These sort of warriors couldn't just grow on trees. To make matters worse, Ellerin was certain that the capital was on its last legs as well. The last reports they received detailed the 3 cities having all the momentum in the world to storm their way to the 3rd layer, having already breached the 2nd layer. By all rights, if this wasn't the appropriate time to act, then when was? Were they supposed to wait until Earth already fell into the hands of another? The time isn't right. The voice responded. If you're abandoning me, just say so. Ellerin said plainly, his expression not even fluctuating. There's no need to beat around the bush like this. I hope you remember that you all are the ones who approach me first. With or without you, I will accomplish my goals. This is a new world order, and there's an entire universe waiting to set the stage for talents like me. I don't need fair weather helpers who won't show their faces. The voice chuckled, clearly not minding Ellerin's words. You're misunderstanding, Ellerin. Also, you sound very mighty currently. But you seem to have forgotten that you weren't the first to complete their zone, you were second. And that's just of this generation. As Earth continues to grow and evolve, and things settle down to the point people begin to have children again, the talents birthed with each successive generation will only grow more and more talented. So, before you begin puffing out that prepubescent chest of yours, you should remember that you aren't even the best on your own world. It isn't quite time for you to be thinking of the expanse of the universe just yet. Ellerin didn't seem to be enraged by these words either, his expression completely even-keeled. He didn't seem to be insulted in the slightest. In fact, at the moment, he felt that he had already said all that needed to be said. There was no need to continue this conversation. Just as he was about to hang up, the voice spoke again. The young are so impatient, but sure, I don't mind tossing you a bone. We aren't abandoning you. We aren't making a move because it truly isn't time to do so just yet. You forget that we have talents of our own that have hardly stepped onto Earth's stage. According to our analysis, Earth hasn't quite reached the brink just yet, at least not for another few hours. Only when our victory is guaranteed will we move. Until then, sit tight and don't die. After saying these words, the voice cut the call, leaving Ellerin to his own thoughts. Not long later, Ellerin looked up, his machete reaping another life. Since it wasn't yet time, it seemed he would have to put in some effort. After a while, his eyes landed on Reynard. With every flicker of his fingers, another young elite fell no matter how hard they fought. It wasn't that this batch wasn't talented. If it wasn't for the suppression of the puppet master, 3 or 4 of them would have been enough to take on Reynard to a standstill. But with the sluggishness they were experiencing, not even the several dozens of them that there could even put up a fight. By now, among those that remained, Flowing Wind and many others had already died. Of those that Lionel would even recognize, only Thunderous Clap and Chasing Wind remained. But it was clear that if they were any more unlucky, their lives would be next. I guess you'll do. Ellerin thought indifferently, flickering across the battlefield. Hutch took long, steady breaths, blood drizzling out between his lips. By now, The normally bouncy old man was pulling himself thin. When facing those weaklings, the suppression on his abilities meant little. He could still reap their lives with ease. But now, it became obvious that his weapon mastery wasn't allowing him to ignore the suppression. Rather, he was siphoning some of his strength away in exchange for a smaller amount of suppression. This was effectively still weakening him considerably, but there was nothing he could do about it. If he didn't defeat these three before him, the Slayer Legion was finished. As bad as the situation on the Slayer Legion's battlefield was, the situation at the capital was far worse. In fact, the three cities had already bulldozed their way through the second layer. They were so comfortable in their position that the cities had been teleported forward once more. From a base of the capital, the cities moved to the second layer, laying upon the thick branches of the ancient tree-like space. The youths continued to fight, but the death of Nile was still fresh on their minds. To make matters worse, more than just Nile had died to this point. It felt as though their own legend was crumbling before their very own eyes. Noah protected Jessica to his back, a stoic expression on his face. Every time Jessica tried to step forward, he would send another glare in her direction. "You can control beasts from here," he would growl, his face showing about as much emotion as he usually would over the course of an entire year. Noah breathed heavily, his blue saber laying across his chest as he blocked the blow of 3 sword strikes at once. His knees wobbled. It wasn't because the strikes were too heavy, but rather because his legs were simply too tired. This battle of defense had already been fought for over a half day. Even with his stamina, he was simply reaching the end of his rope. In the distance, he locked eyes on a Jeffrak who was slaughtering as he pleased, swinging around 2 hammers like a madman. Every body that made contact burst into a rain of blood and gore. "I need to take out the strongest of them, to give everyone a chance." Noah took a deep breath, trying to find a second wind somewhere deep within. He was the prince of an empire. This was his world. He wouldn't allow them to trample upon Earth as they pleased. Noah looked up. As the legend went, there wasn't a single place in the capital one couldn't see the palace from. But even now, it remained completely unmoving. Was his grandfather going to wait until they charged through the gates to finally do something? Noah dug deep and roared, pushing the 3 swordsmen back before slashing them apart. He looked up one last time, as though trying to find the courage he needed to face this enemy. But what he saw this time was completely out of his expectations. In his line of sight, blocking his view of the palace, a young man had suddenly appeared in the skies, a young woman wearing a blue-veined mask strapped to his back. He stood silently, but somehow, the eyes of most on the battlefield couldn't help but drift toward him, his cold eyes sending shivers down their spine. Lionel didn't seem to notice how many eyes were on him. His gaze swept through the second layer, landing on Hargrove City. Without a word, his figure flickered, appearing above the city walls in a flash, landing atop the gates with a resounding bang. Before anyone could react, the city's gates crumbled before erupting into a pillar of flames that shot into the sky, lighting up the battlefield. A single man stood amidst the wreckage, his gaze filled with a furious light. Chapter 564. Flames shot into the skies, lighting up the darkening battlefield as though the sun was rising from the north today. The battlefield seemed to pause, shock coloring the faces of everyone present. Destroying the gates of a city wasn't so simple, let alone the materials needed to construct it. The force arts protecting alone would be enough to give a headache to even the most powerful city lords among the people of terrain. Even if that was ignored, the sudden appearance above the battlefield and the subsequent almost suicidal actions left everyone in a daze. However, they hadn't even been able to register all that happened before a roar shook the skies. "Get the hell out here!" Lionel's infuriated bellowing resonated in the ears of everyone. It was only at that moment that everyone came to a subtle understanding. Lionel wasn't here to be a savior. Someone had pissed him off, and that person happened to be within Hargrove City's walls. It was only at that moment that whatever few guards of Hargrove City that remained finally reacted to the change. The truth was that with their charge, the elites of the city were currently on the front lines, and no one had been paying attention to the skies. Even if they had been, Lionel's appearance was simply too sudden. Without the slightest sound, he had crashed down from the skies, obliterating their defenses as though they weren't there. How could the flaws of Terrain's force arts escape Lionel's notice? Warriors converged on Lionel from all sides. What remained of the archers that hadn't toppled from the walls, aiming their bows toward him? If there was one advantage Terrain would always have, it was numbers. Though they had sent many of their elites forward, how could their cities be completely unguarded? Lionel's gaze flickered with wild fluctuations of violet and red. A dense violet-bronze fog hung around him, his runes shining so brightly as they marked his body that it was hard to look directly at him. At that moment, Lionel's surroundings became a land of scorching heat. He embodied the fire domain style, the temperature around him reaching unprecedented levels. Lionel's mind spun, countless calculations taking root as he simulated just as many possibilities. His gaze flashed when he finished, his arms raising up as though he was commanding the movements of an orchestra. Little Tolliver appeared, separating out into numerous droplets of mercury. The sight was especially gorgeous. Lionel stood amid a tidal wave of flames, his body sparkling with golden lights and droplets of silver hovering around him. His movements commanded the obedience of the world, his rage seeping into the hearts of all those who laid eyes on him. In their minds, he was the one and only truth. The debris around Lionel was suddenly engulfed by Little Tolly. Simultaneously, Lionel conjured the spells for Sword Light and Fire Spear. Lionel had never put to words the sword of enlightenment Lionel had given him. But if he had to summarize it, he would only need one word: freedom. He could simulate the world in his mind. He had precision the likes of which even computers of the 25th century could only dream of. But who said he only had to simulate reality? Why couldn't he dig into the recesses of his mind, tap into the fantasies of a man, and force creations that could shake the world into being? Who said he couldn't forge weapons on a battlefield? Who said he couldn't fuse light and fire elemental spell arts into one? Who said a single man couldn't bring a city to its knees? Even as thousands of soldiers converged onto Lionel's position, gorgeous javelins began to form around him. They used the metallic base of the city's gates and fused the flames of Fire Spear into its foundations, strengthening the already powerful one-star Megasart. Its blade resonated with a golden halo, formed of an illusory golden sword that twinkled beneath the darkness of night. In one breath, there were just 3 of them. In the next, the number doubled, then doubled again. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens, then hundreds. They floated in the skies beneath Lionel's control, waiting for his orchestral rhythm to reach its peak. Since you insist on being in my way, die. The blazing spears of fire and light tore through the night sky, leaving streaks of flames and gold in their wake. The warriors charging toward Lionel suddenly found themselves pierced through. The bolts were so swift that they hardly felt a thing before their innards were completely burnt to ash, shock coloring their faces even in death. But, as though that wasn't enough, even after claiming one life, the Deal-Thy spears didn't pause, reaping more lives before suddenly erupting into a cacophony of explosions. Each bomb was so resounding that the very foundations of the city quaked, taking hundreds of lives with every tremble. Lionel stomped down his feet hard, violent surges of earth elemental force erupting from his body as he forced the trembling grounds to concentrate their attack, splintering the earth and causing the deaths of thousands more. His every action was cold and indifferent, his calculations so deadly that even it seemed capable of directing every ounce of energy toward the death of more. Lionel stood like a god amidst the carnage, the crackling of flames sparking around his body as though to reflect the synapses of his mind. Those watching on couldn't believe what they were seeing. The gates of Hargrove City stood in complete carnage, a single man having reaped the lives of thousands in what didn't seem to be more than just a few minutes. Is this the real him? Noah's gaze flickered, his expression impossible to read. However, all this said, Noah still felt that something was off. Rather than being content with such an achievement, Lionel seemed to be growing angrier. You've brought my queen to me. The voice easily swept over the battlefield despite not seemingly being very loud. It was as though this man was whispering into all their ears. Lionel was so infuriated he grinned, his smile carrying a darkness that swallowed his surroundings. I'm going to enjoy killing you. Shackles that seemed to be weighing Lionel scattered, a bloodthirsty aura washing over the capital. Chapter 565. Lionel's murderous intent seemed to fuse with his domain of flames, causing a mere rise in temperature to suddenly become a land of red. Following the puppet master's voice, the rumbling of the earth suddenly grew as giants rose in the distance. Their bodies were completely nude, but they had no reproductive organs to speak of. It was difficult to tell if they were puppets formed of corpses like the rest, or if they were artificial beings hand-crafted by the puppet master itself. These giants crashed through the city, seemingly not minding the carnage they were causing in the slightest. There were most definitely normal citizens of Hargrove still remaining, but their lives weren't considered for even a moment. In fact, in his fury, Lionel didn't even pause for a moment to think of them. With a thought, the debris around him was formed into spiraling spears once again, launching toward the slowly walking giants. Bang! 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 A deluge of explosions erupted across the bodies of the giants, causing them to stumble and slow. However, the damage was negligible. Let alone suffering injuries or being impaired, Lionel's attacks didn't even leave behind any scorching marks. Soon, 12 giants appeared, each of them standing over 20 meters tall, their steps heavy. They had no eyes, no ears, no clothing. Their skin was a dull brown color, and other than their humanoid forms, there didn't seem to be anything else that was human about them. However, each and every one of them carried a stifling aura. Even those several kilometers away, barely able to observe the situation, felt as though their hearts were being weighed down heavily. They couldn't help but wonder, if these giants had stepped onto the battlefield, would they even stand a chance? Each and every one of them exuded the might of demigod, standing on the precipice of the fifth dimension. Their hollow faces and steady gait, even in the face of so much damage, sent shivers down one's spine. Compared to the elemental wolves and knights, these giants were on a completely different level. The soldiers of Hargrove City that managed to survive Lionel's initial barrage backed away in fear, many looking on in horror. However, many unlucky ones could do nothing as they watched the large feet of the giants stomp toward the ground. The air pressure of their feet, descending alone, sent the warriors tumbling into the earth, pinned down and left without a choice but to watch on as their deaths approached from above. Some weren't even so lucky. Pinned down with their faces against the ground, they could only cry in agony, trying their best to move. Their pitiful struggles only made their inevitable deaths worse. Sometimes hope only bred more pain. By now, the elites of Hargrove City had reacted to the situation. Many had thought of turning back, but after seeing the response the puppet master had in store, they paused. Was there even a need to act any longer? Even one of those monsters could wipe out the capital on its own, let alone 12 of them. Jarek's hammers had long since come to a stop. With his strength, it was a simple matter to lay eyes on Lionel from so far away. He didn't know when, but that indifferent back had begun haunting his dreams, so much so that he hadn't even needed to see Lionel's face to know it was him the moment he appeared. Back then, when he dedicated his life to Lionel over their bet, he had every intention of following through. But he soon learned that his resolve wasn't as strong as he thought it was. Yet, instead of taking his life or even cursing him, Lionel simply didn't speak another word to him. He had cut off their relationship, so easily it was as though they had never met, as though they were strangers. Jarek's nerves steeled, his fists clenching around his hammers. They were enemies now. Lionel's death was in his best interest. In fact, the sooner Lionel died, the better. Remembering the horrible pressure that emitted from Lionel that day, Julnia laid a hand on Aina. The Reaper's skeleton hand seemed to grip at his throat. However, none of that mattered. The legend that was Lionel would come to a close right here and now. Lionel stood amidst the carnage, facing the pressure of 12 giants. His knees couldn't help but creak and whine beneath the pressure as though they had every intention of bending. However, his back remained ramrod, his cold gaze not even looking toward the 12 giants making their way toward him. If others could see anything but his back, they'd be able to realize that Lionel had hardly spared the giants a glance from start to finish. From the very beginning, his gaze was locked onto the center of the city, every fiber of his senses latching onto the city lord's mansion in the distance. With every passing moment, the stomps of the giants grew more frequent and harsher. It felt as though the whole world might collapse at any moment. But all Lionel could hear was the thumping of his own heart, the flood of his own blood, the crackles of his own bones. No, there was something else he could hear. He could feel a heart against his back. He could feel its erratic beating, its trepidation, its fear. Lionel knew Aina well. He might not understand the smallest details of her quirks, but he understood her character. What she feared wasn't the strength of the puppet master. His Aina wasn't a coward who needed to be carried into battle like this. What she feared was the lack of the control, the loss of the pursuit of her destiny, the idea that someone else could snatch her autonomy away without even giving her a chance to fight back. What she feared wasn't the variant. What she feared was her own weakness. Lionel had no doubt in his mind that if the puppet master allowed Aina to move at this moment, her fury would be no less than his. The carnage she wrought would be no less blazing, the blood she spilt no less unending. However, right now, she couldn't move. That right had been snatched from her by a bastard who still didn't even dare to show its face. Since that was the case, he would show her. With him around, even if she was too weak, even if she was on her last legs, even if she couldn't move, she would never have a thing to worry about. Bang! The 12 giants stepped into a range not even 10 meters from Lionel. The force of their steps sent of a wall of wind in his direction, nearly tearing the clothes from his body. But he remained completely unmoving. For the first time, Lionel looked away from the city lord mansion and locked onto the giants, his cold gaze sweeping by them with a world of indifference. Piss off. The words shot through the silent battlefield, resonating with the hearts of all those who heard them. At that moment, the ground the giants stepped upon suddenly warped and twisted. Just as they were about to take another step forward, this time to reap Lionel's life, something snapped. The world trembled, space itself bending and squeezing into a self-imposed eruption. In the end, all that was left was a hole with edges so smooth one could see one's own reflection. Lionel stood amidst the carnage, his back still straight, his gaze still piercing. Not a single giant was in sight. Chapter 566. Silence. There were many kinds of emotion silence could portray. There were comfortable silences, stunned silences, even murderous silences. But when one was faced with a sight they never thought they would see in their entire lives, it was then that a silence that marked the soul for a lifetime was bred. This was the kind of silence that grasped at one's thoughts and laced one's dreams, the kind of silence that refused to be forgotten and couldn't be ignored. And at the center of it all, there was a young man with fury lighting his eyes. To his back, there was the person he cared most for, the light of his path forward being lit by her emotions. Lionel took a step forward. He crossed through the barrier of fluctuating space as though he couldn't feel the danger, raising up into the skies as though a deity looking down on earth. For a moment, he seemed to overshadow even Ascension Palace, standing on a plane that superseded thought. Get the hell out here! Lionel's booming force shook the capital, the earth beneath him quaking. Buildings trembled and fell, collapsing in on their own structures, as though autonomous beings shaking in fear. Lionel's palm flipped over, a bow appearing. His back flexed, gaining a strength no weaker than treated metal. He pulled back, crackling streaks of light and whistling winds surrounding him as his self-crafted glove poured strength into his strike. 3 streaking arrows tore through the skies, sending a barrage toward the city lord's mansion. Bang! 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 The outer walls shattered and collapsed, the once majestic abode crumbling in on itself. But Lionel didn't seem intent on stopping. Universal force swirled around him, fueling his every strike. Every twang of his bow string shattered the sound barrier, sending harsh winds whipping about. It was a relentless assault from above, a completely one-sided slaughter. Every guard tasked with protecting the mansion couldn't seem to do a thing. Even if they weren't directly pierced through by Lionel's strikes, the aftermath wasn't something they were equipped to handle. Many of them had only barely stepped into the 4th dimension. What chance did they stand against the Four Seasons realm? Lionel surged forward as though a one-man army. It was hard to pick out just how bloodshot his gaze was beneath the violet hues of his irises, but it was there nonetheless. Aina's story replayed in his mind again and again. The torture she experienced was like a knife skinning the surface of his heart, peeling away layers of his humanity. Just as Lionel was about to enter the range of the mansion, his senses locked onto an impending danger. Rage lit his heart to a new level. Even now, others still plan on interfering? In that case, they could die too. City Lord Hargrove tore a path back to the city the moment he saw the 12 giants being so easily controlled. However, even then, he didn't manage to make it back until his mansion was long since destroyed. Had he not made it in time, the puppet master really would have had to move. Once that happened, the situation on the battlefield would have completely flipped. Even though this wouldn't be the end of it. After all, with the puppet master's strength, dealing with a singular Lionel shouldn't be a problem. Hargrove wasn't off put by Lionel being unaffected by the puppet master's spell in the slightest. With the way the puppet master manifested its ability this time, it relied on the blood of Eartherners. As long as one of Lionel's parents, or even just a single person in his lineage wasn't of Earth, the hold the puppet master had on him would severely weaken. Though this might be a small surprise, it wasn't too much so with how many had been eyeing Earth all this time. As far as Hargrove was concerned, this didn't matter. If the puppet master personally set sights on Lionel, he wouldn't be able to escape being controlled. The only reason he didn't want the puppet master to step out was because it would then be obvious who was causing the people of Earth to feel so weak. Even though the puppet master could easily regain control after going back, it would become more of a headache. At this moment, they were still reliant on Earth's ignorance. The tide of battle might shift if the people of Earth knew to focus on the puppet master. Simply put, this kid had to die. Hargrove flipped a palm, causing a javelin to appear in his hands. His body bowed, and his arm whipped forward. Bang! Bang! The air seemed to shatter as the weapon tore through it to reach Lionel. The accuracy of Hargrove's throw was spine-tingling. It felt that no matter how Lionel turned to dodge, it would still cause him to suffer. This was none other than Hargrove's ability. He called it stunning accuracy. His every javelin throw would land in a spot so perfect it would feel impossible to deal with. On this battlefield, he had already lost count to the number of lives he had reaped with his marksmanship. He had earned his right to be amongst the 4 strongest city lords of Terrain. However, what happened next made him feel as though all his pride was being trampled by a pair of cold, violet eyes. Lionel grasped at the air, causing 3 arrows to appear. He knocked them simultaneously and fired them all at once. 2 arched oddly in the air, while 1 flew mind-numblingly straight. The first collided with the tip of the javelin. It was so perfect that neither weapon deviated, clashing head-on in the air. However, after no more than a split moment, the arrow shattered, its strength far too weak. In fact, the collision was so brief that it seemed to have been instantly obliterated. In the next moment, The remaining 2 curving arrows met the point of the javelin together, forming a tri-point in the skies. But soon, they too were instantly shattered. One would think that Lionel would be flustered by this point, but he hardly reacted, his next arrow already knocked. This time, he fired 2 in quick succession, but neither seemed to be as perfect as the first 3, barely missing the tip of the javelin and gliding along its side. However, it was these very strikes that sent a cold shiver down Hargrove's spine. The path of the javelin deviated, gliding by Lionel's head. Just when it seemed that Lionel would allow it to go, he retracted his hand from his bowstring and grasped at the flying javelin, barely grabbing the end of its polearm. Lionel looked toward Hargrove from above, the piercing nature of his gaze seemingly bearing the latter's soul for all to see. Bow in one hand, javelin in the other, his torso flexed, his right arm cocking back. The energies of the world seemed to sing, universal force bearing down. Shoo! Bang! 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 Lionel flung the javelin downward, concentric circles of exploding air nearly ripping its body apart. In those final moments, City Lord Hargrove could only think that this was the first time he was truly seeing stunning accuracy. Check comment section for explanation on sudden change of schedule. Chapter 567. Just when Hargrove felt as though he had no choice but to accept his death, a streaking sword light tore its way through the skies, clashing against the descending javelin and forcing it off its path. It was clear that compared to Lionel, who needed several arrows, this sword master only needed one attack. Even after he had been saved, Hargrove stood frozen in place, unbelieving of what had just happened. In that instant, Lionel hadn't suppressed him with strength. Objectively, even with the help of universal force, Lionel's strength was at most approaching his, but it most definitely didn't surpass it. It was as though he had stretched out his neck, asking to die. For some reason, he acknowledged Lionel as a superior and felt that going against him was no different than blaspheming a god. The realization made him burst out into a fit of cold sweats. Just who was this boy? And what was this aura that perpetually exuded from him? Lionel shifted his gaze toward the source of the sword light. His patience was running as thin as it could. Every time he was close to accomplishing what needed to be done, someone else would interfere. And every time it happened, his bloodthirst would reach deeper into a hellish abyss, digging toward a level of murderous intent that solidified beneath the night sky. Enrich raced across the battlefield as his sword zipped back to his side. A flicker of a frown graced his usually indifferent face. However, after a moment, his jaw steeled. In a flash, he made it to Hargrove's side, looking up toward Lionel, who was still in the skies. In the distance, Noah's frown deepened. "We need to help him." Nika, one of the few surviving members of Lionel and Noah's troops, whispered, her voice almost coming out like a whimper. Among the geniuses, her ability was the least conducive to battle, but that ironically left her somewhat better off. After all, she was used to battling from the weaker position. But now, seeing Lionel alone in the distance, and noticing that more were suddenly converging in that direction after acknowledging his threat, she still felt that they should risk it to do something. Unfortunately, even as she said the words, she knew how foolish it all was. The reason Terrain could continuously send reinforcements to Hargrove City was because the city was to the back of their charge. It was one thing to send people backward, but if they wanted to help Lionel, they would have to cross the defensive line of all these armies. It was simply impossible. Plus, even if they could reach Lionel, could they even afford to do so? The battle had slowed to a crawl due to the commotion, but that didn't change the fact they were in a terrible situation. It didn't even make sense to think of helping Lionel when they couldn't even help themselves. At that moment, many more were converging on a Hargrove City, peeling away from the front lines and going to provide support. Even if Enrich and Hargrove had gone, there was still City Lord Black and Enrich's father remaining. These two alone had already been giving the capital more than they could handle. Still, at that moment, there were three familiar figures watching on from Kiefer City. Compared to Hargrove City, their walls were the picture of peace without a single earthener within several kilometers. Syl and Ree frowned when they saw their brother going off to battle Lionel. Compared to the past, this confrontation was much different. It was very likely that one of them would die. Normally, they wouldn't think Lionel would stand a chance. But the death of the 12 giants was seared into their minds, refusing to let go. Among the three, the only one that remained indifferent was the young mistress, Anared's fiancée. There's no need to worry. There's no suspense to this battle. Era spoke simply. Sister-in-law, you're worried about the attack that took out the giants. Yes. Will brother be all right? Syl clenched her teeth. If she had to choose between Lionel and her brother, wasn't the choice obvious? Plus, Syl looked toward the girl strapped to Lionel's back. Hadn't he made his choice very clear too? There's no need to worry about that attack. It's very circumstantial and requires preparation. I didn't expect Lionel to be so skilled in force arts, but unless he has another earthquake-like event to rely on like in his initial attack, he won't be able to do as he pleases. And even if he did, Anared should have long since seen what I've seen. He won't allow him what he needs to succeed. It was only after hearing these words that Syl managed to calm, looking back toward the battlefield with her hands gripped against her chest. Ree stood by her side, her gaze twinkling, but no one knew what was going through her simple mind. If you leave now and agree to marry my sister as you were meant to, I can give you a path for survival. Anared said plainly, the rhythm of his heart extraordinarily steady. However, that woman on your back needs to die. Lionel didn't respond for a long while, looking down toward Anared with a gaze just as steady, an expression just as indifferent. Eventually, his gaze shifted back toward Hargrove. The city lord still seemed shaken by Lionel's earlier display, the beating of his heartbeat having yet to slow. With me here, you won't be able to kill him. Why even waste your time? Anared continued to speak, his habit of saying too many words for a supposedly cold person seeping through again. This is the third time. Lionel's voice carried a bone-chilling cold to them. His aura was decidedly dark, carrying an oppression that was almost tangible in the air. The first time you insulted her, you were saved by the attendants of Brave City. The second time you insulted her, you were saved by the savants of Earth. And this third time here, who do you think will be able to save you this time? Clang, 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 clang. Before anyone could understand what Lionel meant, his bow had been swapped for a spear. Even more quickly than that, a siege crossbow appeared, hanging in the air as though it had always been there. Anared's expression changed, but it was already too late. A siege crossbow appearing at near point-blank range was devastating. He dove out of the way instinctively, his body rolling along the ground and completely losing his indifferent aura. Shoo! Anared scrambled along the ground, the shackles on his strength being loosened one after another. Without a choice, he released all of his trump cards, his aura climbing to a level even faintly surpassing the 12 demigod-level giants. However, the results were completely outside of his expectations. The crossbow blasted through Hargrove's body. For a moment, the city lord looked down at himself, an incredulous expression plastered on his face. But in the next moment, his body imploded, the force winds of the bolt tearing him apart from the inside out. The last thing the city lord saw was Lionel's flickering silhouette, ignoring both him and Anared, as though they weren't even worthy of his attention. He appeared above the city lord mansion, his aura billowing, his presence towering. This is the third and final time he'll say this. Get the hell out here. Lionel's roar sent rippling waves through the skies, more than 50 siege crossbows appearing in the sky around him as he bombarded what remained of the once proud mansion. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 568. The moment Lionel's barrage began, the atmosphere seemed to shift, as though the earth had cracked open and demons from the depths of hell were clawing their way forward. A pervading coldness hung in the air, latching onto their veins, and making them feel as though their blood was rapidly freezing over. A massive, illusory hand of crimson shot up from the ground, tearing through the debris like it was nothing but scraps of paper. The hand charged for Lionel, causing him to have to cross his spear across his body to block. Lionel was sent flying, his body arching through the air for over 100 meters. His internal organs shook, his stomach caving in and his ribs cracking. Blood flew from his lips, his eyes bulging. A violent fit of coughs rang out from him. But as though if it mattered, Lionel reoriented himself in the air, landing heavily on his feet so that Aina wouldn't be harmed. As he wiped the blood from his lips, the section of ground the mansion once stood upon split under the strength of the hand, making way for a man tainted by blood to make his presence known. The variant invalid was completely nude, the only coverings of its body being the blood trickling down its skin. Its bare feet landed on the ground softly, but even that seemed to resonate with the hearts of all. Their minds and bodies seemed to separate from one another. It was an out-of-body experience that made them feel as though they were third-party viewers of their own lives, watching on from a bird's-eye view. But, rather than being awed by the realization, most felt their chests gripped by fear. This man, dripping of blood, was a nightmare. It was only then that the people of Earth suddenly found their minds shooting back into their bodies. A bout of dizziness took hold of them before they realized the sluggishness they had been experiencing completely vanished. Jessica's expression changed. "Your Highness, my body." Noah, who had been completely focused on Lionel, frowned. But when he turned back to see a sea of pleasantly surprised faces, he couldn't help but be taken aback. At first he was confused, but soon, thinking of something, his gaze lit up. Could it be? All across Earth, Eartheners who had felt as though their bodies were out of their control suddenly began to exhibit their true strength. Noah's gaze toward Lionel's back, even as the latter wiped blood from his mouth, turned several levels more complicated. There were no fools on this battlefield. They all understood that this was no coincidence. Even as the expressions of the people of Terrain turned ugly, the momentum of the people of Earth flipped on its head. Noah took a deep breath, the second wind he was looking for suddenly filling up his chest. It didn't take him but a moment to realize that this wasn't just psychological. The healers and buffers of Earth had regained their strength, extending their range of effect by several-fold. Noah's jaw steeled. He had seen how powerful the strike that just landed on Lionel was. This was the first time in the battle that Lionel had suffered any sort of injury. This battle, they had to win it fast. Noah clenched his fists, suddenly roaring into the skies. His chest expanded beneath his ability, his throat hardening under the same effects. The blood of the warriors of Earth boiled. All this time, they felt as though they could do nothing. But, gazing at that back in the distance, they felt as though the cold running through their veins had been replaced by burning lava. "Charge!" Noah's voice boomed. Within Hargrove City, Lionel wiped the last of the blood from his lips, spitting at the ground to clear his mouth. He looked up, his cold gaze locking onto the puppet master. His spear's tip gently pressed against the ground, the chains jingling about as they dangled. With a single swipe, more than half of his siege crossbows had been destroyed. Beyond that, it took just a single attack to injure him to this state despite the fact his body was forged of tier 1/4 dimensional metal. But, as surprised as Lionel was, the puppet master was even more so. Though, considering its inhuman expressions, there was hardly a change. The puppet master had expected to kill Lionel in a single strike. But, not only had it not, it felt as though it had just punched a steel fortress. In fact, its strength hadn't impacted Aina in the slightest. Had Lionel been willing to allow the strike to dissipate naturally, he wouldn't have broken any bones in the slightest. But he had no intention of allowing Aina to be harmed. He would allow her to watch to the end as he buried this puppet master to the depths of hell it belonged in. In the distance, Anared slowly picked himself up from the ground, a hint of humiliation coloring his features. Even now, Lionel dared to garner himself more enemies when he was right here. However, What he didn't know was that Lionel hadn't spoken those words to trick him. He had meant every last syllable. This time, he shouldn't dream of escaping. Lionel's free hand flipped, causing an herb or to appear in his hand. Just as quickly as it did, it crumbled to dust, the essence being absorbed into his body. Lionel's cracked ribs mended in the blink of an eye, his body even growing a tick more powerful. He let the ash fall between his fingers, watching as they were swept up into the wind. Clang, 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 clang. The tip of Lionel's spear, which had just barely graced the ground, suddenly sank into it. As though a hot knife through butter, the lightest touch left a scorching mark across the ground. A dense domain of black chains surged to life around him, its oppressive might reaching palpable levels. Lionel gazed at the puppet master as though trying to sear its image into his mind. 5 minutes, Lionel said plainly, but it was clear that he wasn't speaking to either one of Anared or the puppet master. 5 minutes, and it'll wipe him from existence. Ana's cheek rested on Lionel's back and shoulder. Hearing such words, she felt as though the erratic beating of her heart was finally slowing. Chapter 569. The words stunned Anared. However, before he could even think of reacting, Lionel had shot forward, his spear ringing. The puppet master felt as though its dignity was being tarnished. Or rather, it had enough understanding of human nature to understand that this was how it should be feeling. But whether it experienced emotion in this way or not was another matter entirely. What it did feel, though, was that Lionel was wholly irrational. Even if its ability was set aside, just its strength of force alone was enough to squash Lionel into a meat paste. The difference between them was impossibly vast. Though it was surprised that Lionel had survived its initial strike, it was only that. That hit, even if it was being generous, was only casual. Plus, it had to make sure not to use too much strength to not end up killing Ana as well. At this point, all the puppet master wanted to do was end things as quickly as possible. It had no intention of allowing this to continue. It could already sense that the tide of the battlefield was changing. The headpiece the puppet master had stolen from Ana suddenly began to glow, strong waves of mental strength gathering. The feeling was intoxicating, as though the whole world was at its fingertips. The puppet master couldn't help but close its eyes. When Anared gathered himself and saw Lionel's actions, he couldn't help but be baffled. Fool! Lionel appeared just 2 meters from the puppet master, his spear shooting forward like an obsidian flood dragon. Its tip quivered ever so slightly, overloaded by Lionel's strength. At that moment, the puppet master's eyes snapped open, the brunt of its mental prowess bearing down on Lionel. It's over, Era said plainly. Even from here, she could feel the fearsomeness of the variant invalid. To have an ability that could cover an entire world was the marker of a deity amongst men. To try and face such an ability without any protection to speak of was the epitome of foolishness. The puppet master's gaze locked onto Lionel. It didn't even try to dodge the spear. In its mind, the spear would come to a stop at its own volition soon enough. Since Lionel had such a sturdy body, it didn't mind taking him in as a puppet. Lionel would definitely be useful in this regard. The priority now, though, was to regain control of the Eartheners. It had already exposed itself once. It couldn't allow such information to leak out. If word that Terrain was working with an invalid was released, the powerhouses of other worlds would finally have an excuse to act, and this would no longer be a simple matter to deal with. The only good news was that variant invalids were so rare that not many could claim to have been in the presence of one. Without time to properly inspect it, the puppet master probably looked no different from a human powerhouse right now. Still, the sooner it returned to its hiding spot, the better. This should be over now, right? Bang! The puppet master suddenly felt its chest caving in. A blade pierced through it about 3 inches, only to be stopped by the strength of its bones. But it felt as though it had been hit by a train, its body bending into the shape of a U as it was sent flying backward. The puppet master flew through the air in silence, its gaze flickering with astonishment. What had just happened? Anared and Era went stiff, their eyes widening. Lionel pounced after the puppet master, his face still the picture of rage. His spear descended from the skies, sending the flying puppet master careening into the ground below. The impact was so harsh that a tsunami of earth spread outward with it as the center, collapsing buildings and homes in every direction. Lionel dove down again, the fire in his gaze only growing with each strike. Despite the fact the sturdiness of the puppet master's body was enough to cause despair in anyone else, Lionel didn't seem to notice. His spear whipped about the skies, the force of his strikes so great that it bowed beneath the pressure, curving and snapping back to attention like bamboo. The puppet master's body became like a small sail boat amidst a raging tide, facing up against Lionel's fury as though he couldn't muster up any resistance. Every time Lionel cut into the puppet master's body, he would remember another line of Ana's story. He was almost thankful that the puppet master's body was so sturdy. He didn't want it to die so fast. He wanted it to feel every ounce of pain and despair she had. He wanted it to grasp at hope where there was, to sit on the edge of despair, knowing that the only path forward was death. The flames of the world seemed to react to Lionel's rage. His affinity was so high that it poured in of its own free will. In that moment, even a 3-star fire magus didn't have a chance at casting a single spell. All the flaming rage of the world seemed to kneel before Lionel. Lionel roared, his hair being lit in a fiery blaze. If it wasn't for his astounding control, even Ana would have been burnt to a crisp. PCHU. Lionel's raised spear suddenly came to a grinding halt. Amid all the scorching heat around him, he suddenly felt an ice-cold chill sink into his body, piercing through his nerves and latching onto his mind, refusing to let go. The puppet master laid on the ground amidst a pile of rubble, barely inclined upward. In fact, even its head was nowhere to be seen, covered by several slabs of rock. However, its hand had still shot upward, piercing through Lionel's stomach. Blood dripped down the puppet master's hand and arm as it slowly pushed itself up, its face shoving the heavy slabs away. Even after its face was exposed, it didn't stand up immediately, looking toward Lionel, who still had his spear raised, and then at its hands placed within the latter's body. It pulled its hand out, a geyser of hot blood following its motion. A tinge of red colored the variant invalid's gaze, as though it had only now finally woken up. It stood, standing on the rubble. Its body towered over Lionel, a hint of excitement on its face as it sniffed at the blood coating its hand. It raised its head to the sky, a manic laughter shaking the night sky. Its foot shot up, kicking Lionel away. As though a bolt out of a gun, Lionel's body shattered the sound barrier, shooting backward like a comet. The variant invalid's laughter continued to ring, its tongue running across its bloodied arm. More! He howled into the sky, shooting after Lionel. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the streaking Lionel, his foot blasting downward. Boom! A massive crater formed, waves of earth and clouds of dust rolling in all directions. Chapter 570. Blood flew from Lionel's lips like a jet. However, he still spun before he hit the ground, crashing into the earth face first. He slammed his fists downward, still keeping a tight grip on his spear as he tried to propel himself upward. But he still wasn't quick enough. The air was kicked out of Lionel once again, the left side of his rib caving in as a foot found its way to his side. He shot across the skies once again, slamming through several buildings. Any human in Lionel's position would have long since been smashed into meat paste. The strength of the puppet master was simply beyond anything Earth had seen to this point. Every step of evolution for an invalid might have been several times more difficult than their human counterparts. But the result was a monster so powerful it held no weaknesses. The puppet master might have had an ability that gave it great mental strength, but its body and force usage was no less powerful. Even after thinning all out, Lionel only barely managed to cause the variant to suffer a few nicks and scratches. The truth was simply devastating. Lionel coughed out another mouthful of blood. His bare chest was completely covered by his own blood, even more leaking out from the wound in his stomach. What rich blood! So warm, so rich, so splendid. The taste of Lionel made the variant feel as though it was walking on a cloud. It was like a strong wine, burning its throat and warming its belly. Its body seemed to be lit on fire, but it had never felt better. Just a few mouthfuls already had it feeling like it could break into the fifth dimension at any time. It hadn't ever experienced such a feeling before. It had never felt that a breakthrough would be so easy either. It had thought that it had tasted the peak of delicacies after sampling Aina's blood. But it had never been so wrong before. Now it wanted more. If Lionel's blood was so good, what about his flesh? The puppet master suddenly began to fantasize about gnawing on Lionel's tendons, stirring his bone marrow into a soup, spreading his brain matter onto a plate, and using it as a dip for his fingers. The more it thought about it, the greater the fire in its belly became, and excitement flushing its face completely red. Shoo! The siege crossbows responded to Lionel's command. Of the original more than 50, not more than 10 remained. But Lionel still used his chain domain to aim them, all firing for the puppet master's vital points. The puppet master looked up, suddenly finding several bolts flying toward it. But it only stretched out a hand, an illusory arm of crimson energy forming once again, swatting at the air. In the blink of an eye, the siege bolts that could pierce through the walls of even the most fortified cities were smacked away as though annoying flies. Their flight trajectories were altered, whizzing and whistling through the night skies until they tore through what remained standing of Hargrove City's buildings. Lionel coughed again, another mouthful of blood flying from him. He weakly stood, his gaze somewhat vacant. He stretched out his spear before him, the rattling of his chain domain still ringing true. Clang, 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 clang. In the distance, the happiness of the Earthener army had long since faded into an almost rabid desire for success. They fought harder and faster, almost forgetting that they had already been fighting for a day. Not many knew that Lionel was a prince. After weaseling his way out of the ceremony he was supposed to receive for his achievements, what should have been his debut became hushed chatter amongst the nobles. But at this point it didn't matter. In the mind of all those who laid eyes on that back of his from the distance, all they saw was a young man fighting with his life on the line for their sake. If Lionel's actions had really only been about getting revenge for Aina, is this the approach he would have chosen? At the very least, shouldn't he have dealt with Anarad first, so there wasn't a constant looming threat to his back? It was obvious that despite his words, he had risked it all to bring the invalid out sooner than it would have otherwise. Just those few precious moments saved hundreds more from succumbing to their fates. Such a hero couldn't be left to die alone. Noah clenched his jaw, the youths to his back fighting with more fervor than they ever had before. They had to break through enemy lines. They had to reach Hargrove City. Lionel gripped his spear, blood sliding between his fingers and coating its black body. The drizzle of crimson snaked through the chains, dropping to the ground in small droplets. Universal force shook Lionel's surroundings, his vacant eyes seemingly gazing at empty space. The puppet master's flushed excitement only grew. Its feet stamped hard on the ground, crossing the final distance between the two in just a few breaths. It rose a hand high up, clawing down toward Lionel. This single strike would not only take a large portion of Lionel's face away, but it would also hook into his collarbone, ripping the front of his body away from the back. It was the kind of vicious strike that reaped lives with overwhelming strength. But Lionel sidestepped it, the flat of the puppet master's nails just barely grazing the tip of his nose as he struck out with his spear. The puppet master reacted quickly, parrying Lionel's pierce with the back of its hand and reaching the other toward Lionel's throat. With a flicker, a black chain darted out from Lionel's chain domain, rebounding against the puppet master's claw and giving Lionel time to lean his head to the side and sweep his spear for the puppet master's waist. A scorching heat followed Lionel's sweeping motion. The puppet master frowned, not understanding the changes going on before it. But its reaction was swift. Instead of dodging, it took a step forward. In this range, the blade of Lionel's spear missed it as its polearm crashed into the puppet master's hip. The strike should have been enough to shatter bones and splinter flesh. But the variant was completely unmoved, booming a knee directly into Lionel's open wound. Lionel coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body curling as it flew through the air once again. Even though Lionel had lost the quick exchange, the puppet master's head tilted, its eyes, which had once been tainted with hunger and blood, lust dimming. It was certain that it had wanted to devour Lionel right here and now. So, why did it kick him away again? Chapter 571. Lionel flew backward at an astonishing pace, but he simply seemed to glide through the air at the end, sliding across the ground on his own 2 feet when he made contact with the earth. His eyes still vacant, Lionel looked down at the hole in his stomach. It hadn't gone all the way through, and with the sturdiness of his physique, he could flex and keep his inner organs from spilling out. In fact, after perfecting his metal body foundation, his vitality had reached inhuman levels. Even if the wound had gone all the way through him, he would likely still be able to fight. His mind went through several indifferent calculations before a spark lit his free hand. He pinched at his wound, searing it closed as though he was welding metal rather than his own body. Without looking up, Lionel sidestepped, illusory golden wings seemingly forming to his back. Bang! The puppet master landed to his side, its expression flickering between thirst and rationality. Eventually, thirst won out and it surged toward Lionel again. A flurry of exchanges erupted between the two, the puppet master sending out 4 or 5 strikes for Lionel's every one. But, as though he was playing a game of chess, Lionel's dodging would always put him in the perfect position to countercome the 5th strike. Unfortunately, the moment he did attack, he would be sent flying once again, the wounds on his body accumulating at an alarming speed. Lionel picked himself up from the ground again, searing a wound on his shoulder closed. His spear spun in his hand, suddenly swinging backward. What once were his vacant eyes lit with fury once again. The puppet master swatted Lionel's spear aside, causing a violent, rebounding upsurge to travel up the latter's arm. It felt as though his arm might shatter at that very moment, but he stood his ground, his hips fighting against the momentum and completing his turn to face the puppet master. Reacting quickly, the puppet master sent a palm strike at Lionel's chest. But Lionel managed to cross his left arm across it first. The horrible sound of a bone splintering in two sounded as Lionel's forearm bent beneath the pressure. However, as though he didn't notice what happened, Lionel raised his right arm into the air, striking down with his spear with all the strength he could muster. Unfortunately, a kick of the puppet master found him before he could even make it halfway. The difference between their speed of attack was simply too drastic. Oddly enough, it felt like Lionel's combat experience was greater. But in the larger scheme, even that didn't matter. As though watching the replaying of the same movie, Lionel was sent flying again, his body twisting in the air to protect Dana. Interesting. I believe I understand now. Your ability must be mental as well. It's no wonder you protected yourself from me. Well, no. Even then, it's still quite baffling. I can only say that the people of Earth have more talent than even I previously guessed. The bloodlust within the puppet master's eyes had long since faded. After several exchanges, it felt as though it was tightening a noose around its own neck. Battling with Lionel was like sinking into a quagmire, Your every step only brought you deeper into his world. It was quite ironic. The puppet master had lived in the mountain sands range for most of its life, a place known for this variability. But it still felt like Lionel was far more deserving of such a title. But it doesn't matter much. You're too weak. Why you chose to come here is beyond me. And even if you had the strength to face me, the puppet master's foot stomped down, its body accelerating to a breakneck pace. Its body alone seemed to arch like a bow and crack like a whip, streaking through the broken rubble like a comet. The speed the puppet master touched upon now seemed to be a completely different level to before, as though it was simply toying with Lionel previously. In a blink, it appeared to Lionel's back, a sinister light in its eyes. Wouldn't I just need to target my queen? Another flicker of rage crept by Lionel's once vacant gaze. Helplessly, he could only spin his body once more. But, having lost the initiative, it only took 2 exchanges for him to be sent flying once again. However, seemingly intent on not giving Lionel any room to breathe, the puppet master accelerated again, appearing to Lionel's back once more. As though bouncing him around in a illusory sphere, the puppet master hit Lionel back and forth between itself, every strike causing the red light of its eyes to glow fiercer. The sight of Lionel being beaten and battered seemed to reverberate through the hearts of the Eartheners. Their gazes glazed over with rage, causing them to charge with greater fervor, but the distance was simply too great. Damn it, do something! Noah roared in his mind. For the first time, he doubted his grandfather. Why was it that even now he refused to act? Noah had always known that his grandfather cared little for his life. But he had always accepted this, as his grandfather had said back then. His father wasn't as good as Lionel's mother. His mother couldn't even look up to Lionel's father, and he wasn't as good as Lionel. At least that had its own explanation. It was logical. He simply wasn't worthy enough. But then what reason was there to not help Lionel? Was he still not good enough? Why? Noah's furious roar rang through the battlefield, his body expanding to over 5 meters tall. His skin shimmered like diamond, his blue blade swinging about madly. Bang! The puppet master landed a heel from above, practically ignoring the single-arm defense of Lionel's spear and sending him spiraling toward the ground. Bang! Lionel foolishly landed on his feet. A sharp pain traveled up his legs, almost shattering his knees. His body reflexively knelt, his knees heavily slamming against the ground. A massive crater was dug out around him, his right fist landing before him to stabilize his body as his left arm hung limply. At that moment, he could barely hold his spear within his palm. A violent cough took what seemed like another liter of blood from his body, his hair hanging heavily before his face, completely hiding his expression. The puppet master descended from the air, landing no more than 10 meters from Lionel. Considering his speed, such a gap was no more than the blink of an eye. By all measures, Lionel was at the end of his rope. Era stood atop the Kiefer city walls, indifferently looking down. This time, she didn't speak. There was no need to say any words. The result was clear. In this world, having too much before you have the strength to protect, it is also a sin. Enrich had similar thoughts, having long since left the region of the battle to avoid the puppet master's rampage. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air as Lionel continued to look at the ground. By now, he couldn't afford to use his dreamscape battle sense any longer without wringing himself dry. His body was on its last legs, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment, and he could hardly even push himself up to stand. Yet even now, there wasn't even the slightest speck of dust on Aina's body, let alone an injury. I think that's about enough. I hear tenderized meat is exceptional, and you are most definitely ready. The puppet master licked its lips, a slight intoxication on its face. For minutes and 58 seconds. The puppet master frowned. 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The puppet master's tongue paused, a hint of Lionel's blood sliding down its chin. Lionel raised his head up, a cold indifference that Era and Anared would never forget gripping their souls. Chapter 572. The puppet master froze and looked into the skies. But by the time it wanted to move, it was already too late. Its thoughts were maybe just as confusing as the situation itself. A city? Before the stunned gazes of those watching on, the ground around Lionel and the puppet master glowed for just a moment. A strong seal of space locked down the region, rendering the puppet master completely immobile. It could only stand in place, its eyes fixed onto the skies. A city appeared, but it didn't fall. It hovered in the skies as though it too was locked in space. The spatial fluctuations of the two cities, one above and one below, pushed and pulled against one another as though they were magnets, sealing an entire expanse of tens of kilometers. Lionel coughed, his body moving with incomparable slowness. However, the fact he could move at all made Anared and the puppet master's eyes widen. No matter how hard they pushed and pulled, they couldn't move a single inch. This situation made Vice's ability seem like nothing more than child's play. As though this alone wasn't bad enough, those outside these two cities couldn't seem to approach either. It was like a massive barrier of space had completely locked the region down. Even Anared, who stood on the city walls, just a few meters from freedom, couldn't seem to cross the final steps. However, it was only after one looked at Lionel that they realized something was off. On Lionel's chest, a crude breastplate had appeared. In fact, one would be hard-pressed to call a breastplate at all. It was incredibly thin and was filled with perforations as though it was chainmail rather than a true breastplate. If one looked even closer, it would be possible to see that these perforations were actually intricate and delicate patterns. If it had to be described, it was like someone cut out all the veins of the human body and displayed it in its usual three-dimensional structure. If other Force crafters had been there, they would have been shocked and awed by the spectacle. If it wasn't for the blood and grime ruining the image, this would have maybe been the most beautiful craft they had ever laid their eyes upon. Lionel pushed himself up to stand, his body quite weak. He even swayed, seemingly about to fall over any time now. From afar, he truly seemed to have reached the very end of his limits. Yet, he continued to walk, his spear scraping along the ground. The grating sound of metal played through the silent city. In fact, the entire battlefield had come to a grinding halt, everyone's gaze completely focused on the two cities. However, Lionel didn't seem to notice. He made his way to the puppet master, his visage expressionless. Even seeing his own blood dripping from the latter's lips, he didn't even have the slightest reaction. His right arm flexed, his spear beginning to slowly draw runes into the ground around the puppet master. The puppet master struggled, its veins bulging along its neck. But nothing it tried to do seemed to work, even though there was no effect on its ability at the moment. What use did that have against Lionel? The runes completed and the forked art lit up. A scorching flame suddenly erupted around the puppet master. The variant wanted to scream, feeling its body being slowly cooked from the outside in. But, as though he couldn't see a thing, the tip of Lionel's spear lit up with another flame, lightly piercing into the variant's body. His movements were slow and deliberate, the muffled cries of the variant freezing over the hearts of those who watched on. Black smoke began to emit from Lionel's lips as though his inner organs were being charred. But once again, he didn't seem to notice as he pressed into the invalid's body with yet another scarlet flame. From start to finish, Lionel didn't speak a single word. Even when the variant invalid had been burnt to ash, leaving nothing but a pile of black soot, he remained completely indifferent, as though these matters had nothing to do with him. Motes of light suddenly appeared above the pile of ash. They were so large that they far outstripped even Lionel's own body. After a moment, they swept into him, giving the young man who seemed to stand at the center of the world an even more dazzling radiance. With a flip of his palm, Lionel's spear vanished, a surfboard appearing to his feet before he slowly rose into the air. With movements as nimble as he could muster with just a single arm, he brought Aina down from his back, a light smile gracing his features. Aina buried her head into his chest. She had so many words she wanted to say, but of them seemed to want to make themselves known. She simply held on to him with all her might, her small hands clawing at his exposed back. Lionel used his one good remaining arm to pat her on the head, his heart filled with warmth and affection. Lionel controlled his jet-black surfboard, gliding to the edge of the city. Whether by accident or intentional, he slowly passed over Anared's head. Even now, the air couldn't move. Lionel could see the look of the Kiefer family city lord in the distance, a gaze that could very well kill. He could see the fear and horror coloring the gazes of those three women who stood upon the Kiefer family city walls as well. However, a single cursory glance was all he spared them. He looked down at Aina, who was still buried in his chest, before speaking to Anared, who was straining to look up at him from below. There are some words that should never be spoken, because no matter what, you'll have to pay the consequences for them. Era's expression changed. Lionel's words were soft, but everyone seemed to hear them, just like everyone had heard Anared speak of killing Aina. Lionel, Era's words practically came out like a screech. Be very careful with your next actions. There are some people you can't afford to provoke. Lionel continued to stroke Aina's hair as though he couldn't hear the shrill cries. You all like dropping cities, right? Lionel replied softly. Lionel glided out of the range of the two cities, standing high in the skies as he towered over the masses. Under the horrified gazes of the people of Terrain, the floating city began to descend, accelerating until the wind pressure alone seemed capable of ripping them apart. Anared watched as the city fell upon his head, his indifferent expression finally giving way to despair in his final moments. Bang! Chapter 573. Anared's death was like a sledgehammer to Era's mind. Even after the city fell, an irrational part of her wanted to believe that it was still possible for him to be there, still possible for him to appear before her just fine. It couldn't be said that the two were a normal couple by any means. Anared was so focused on becoming worthy that he hardly spent any time with her, and Era was too prideful to ask for more of his time. But at the end of the day, they were fiancé and fiancée, two people tied to one day be husband and wife. For Anared, it might have been an uphill battle to claim her hand, but he had already been so close to the peak, so close to gazing at the horizon from the other side of the mountain. But reality was cruel. Just when he was nearly there, just when Earth was about to fall, just when he had almost earned the right to call her his wife, Lionel appeared. He stood indifferently in the skies, his entire focus ironically on a woman of his own. He hadn't even spared a thought for Era's threat. At that moment, Era's roar suddenly sounded through the battlefield. It carried a pain that cut deep, the kind of wounded cry that could only appear from a beast wrestling its death throes. However, it may be the greatest irony, even that was drowned out by what happened next. The city gates of White City were suddenly slammed opened, their loud bang reverberating through the battlefield. Knights of Camelot, charge! King Arthur's voice resounded, Excalibur pointing to the skies as he urged his white steed forward. Syl and Ree collapsed to their knees, tears falling like an endless rain down their cheeks. They stared toward where their brother had been just a moment ago, completely shell-shocked. To Lionel, Anared was an annoyance that didn't know his place, a man who threatened the life of his Aina more than once. However, to these women, he was a protective brother and husband. He was a man who confronted Lionel because he believed he had done his sister wrong. Even in his final moment, his thoughts of killing Aina were only to seek revenge for Rai's true mother. But this was the way of the world. Two opposing viewpoints could make an enemy of two innocents. And for Lionel, with how much he cared for Aina, he simply couldn't bother to listen to Anared's reasoning. Anyone who wanted to harm a hair on her head deserved to die. Era glared hateful toward Lionel in the sky. Strong bursts of energy seemed to swirl around her, but something even stronger restricted her body. She bit down on her lips, so hard blood dripped down from her fair chin, staining her once white dress with droplets of crimson. Before Lionel could even think of turning his blade toward her, she crushed a bracelet on her wrist, vanishing. Lionel finally sent a glance in that direction, his brow not even furrowing. If she wanted to target him, that was fine. It was just that she should know he didn't like to lose. If she wanted to target Aina, however, he wouldn't mind sending her to the same place her fiancé had gone. Lionel gazed toward the palace and then the battlefield below before aiming his surfboard toward the distance. He had done enough. Now, he just wanted to check on his friends. The war for Earth completely flipped on its head. It was the kind of sudden change one read about in fairy tales. But, unlike such tales, the deaths were very much real. Some died without graves, their families having long since left them and their names forgotten to history. Some died valiant deaths, protecting what they cherished to their backs and leaving the earth with heads held high. Many of these were people even Lionel had come to know. As astounding as his victory was, the deaths of those like Roaring Black Lion and Flowing Wind couldn't be reversed. They would rest for all of eternity. A certain figure rushed over the ocean waters, his breathing coming out in huffs and puffs. Every heave he took seemed to come with another drizzle of blood pouring out from yet another hole in his body. Fear colored the face of this figure. Whatever arrogance he had once had vanishing with the wind. All he could think of was running for his life. Despite the fact that there was nothing over his shoulder, he kept looking, panic evident in his eyes. Whatever had caused him to feel such fear had clearly left a shadow over his heart that wouldn't be disappearing anytime soon. If Lionel or Aina had been there at this very moment, they would have easily recognized this young man as Reynard, the young heir to one of Terrain's powers. As for why and how he had ended up in such a state, maybe only those on the ocean battlefield could have given the answer to that. Land! Reynard's eyes lit up. All this time running across the ocean's surface, he had felt as though he was rushing across pins and needles instead. The ocean was so wide and expansive, but there wasn't a single place to hide. At least on real ground, there would be forests and caves to make use of. All he knew was that he had to get away from that monster. Reynard had no idea the situation on the battlefield had changed. The truth was that he had run away long before Lionel forced the puppet master out of its hiding spot. I'm not running, right? I'm just allocating my services to another battlefield. That's right. Reynard shuddered when he thought of the deaths of Jolnia and Wilson, who had come to help him. And then there was that damned old man. He was on his last legs, but he actually managed to stop his father from splitting away to help him. Reynard grit his teeth. They were just delaying the inevitable in his eyes. A single person couldn't possibly change the tide of this war. Earth was finished. Finally stepping on land, Reynard's sharp senses grasped onto the sounds of battle from tens of kilometers away. Checking his surroundings, Reynard quickly climbed up the side of a dilapidated building to lay eyes on a massive, domed fortress in the distance. A sinister glow lit his eye. That was right. Wasn't this that royal blue fort that Pisces horse spoke of? Chapter 574. Lionel and Aina soared through the skies. Though it would have been faster if the surfboard entered its shuttle mode, Lionel decided against it. For one, the cockpit was too small for two people, and he didn't feel all right leaving Aina alone at this moment. And secondly, even though they might be able to squeeze in with how small Aina was, he wasn't confident in driving that monstrosity with just a single arm. With its speed, even a half degree of deviation would fling them off course by tens of miles. So, Lionel sat cross-legged on the surfboard, gliding through the air with Aina balled up in his lap. Even now, she hadn't said a single word. Lionel gripped an herb or in his good remaining hand, greedily absorbing its essence. The good news about his metal body was that he could heal himself even more effectively now just by absorbing the essence of metals. Since the foundation of his body had been built upon herb or according to his father's instructions, for now, only herb essence had this healing effect on him. But now that he could branch out, whatever metals he used to build himself up from now on would expand his repertoire of healing ores. It had to be remembered that the most powerful ability of Metal Body wasn't in the astounding defense it provided to the user, but rather in the boost to affinity. Members of the Morales clan were able to absorb various ores and fuse them with their very being. Essentially, if Lionel really wanted wind affinity, he only needed to absorb enough wind elemental ores. Usually, humans could only accomplish this feat with a very select number of extraordinarily rare ores, but Lionel and those with his lineage factor didn't have this restriction. In fact, as mentioned previously, Dimensional Cleanse spoke of one such vein type or to use in strengthening nodes and nodal passageways. But Lionel could take his own path in this regard. In fact, his current nodal system was far beyond the strength of what was theoretically mentioned in Dimensional Cleanse. Of course, there were still weaknesses to this ability. For example, if Lionel only absorbed fourth-dimensional wind elemental ores, his abilities would be capped at that level. In addition, he couldn't just skip levels and absorb a ninth-dimensional, or unless he wanted to die an early death. If he wanted to build an affinity, he had to slowly and steadily absorb essence of increasing rarity and strength. This, however, was where the Morales clan divine armor ability came into play. Unlike with Metal Body, where one had to steadily build a foundation, the divine armor didn't need such forward thought. Lionel could build an armor of darkness now and just as easily build one of light at another time. The only restriction was in his bodily strength. It was these two abilities in tandem that made the Morales clan so powerful. Lionel had already settled on his first divine armor. It would be centered around his spatial type, Domain Oregon. As for the forward progress of his Metal Body, Lionel had no intention of doing something as silly as building a new affinity for himself. According to his father, the best use of Metal Body wasn't in creating new affinities, but rather in leaning into the ones you already had. Lionel suddenly coughed lightly, wisps of black, smoke coming out from his lips again. Ana's eyes reddened at this sight, her lips moving with a sound beneath her mask. Eventually, she finally squeezed out a word. "Idiot." Lionel was stunned for a moment before he began to laugh uproariously. Unfortunately, that laughter soon followed with coughing, so harsh it seemed like he might cough out a lung at any moment. "A very cool idiot, though, right?" Lionel grinned, his usually white teeth covered in soot. Considering that such blackness could only come from his charred inner organs, the sight alone was enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. "A little," Ana finally whispered. Lionel smiled, so hard it seemed his skin might splinter. "Still, don't do it again. I can't even show off a little bit without getting reprimanded. Is this what that old man called married life?" Ana blushed profusely, but it was all hidden beneath her mask before rolling her eyes. "Where's my husband, exactly? I can't seem to find him anywhere." "Ack, my heart." Lionel grabbed at his chest. This blow, it was far more fatal than anything the puppet master landed. Ana giggled. At some unknown time, her mask slipped off and she planted a kiss on Lionel's cheek. Seeing it come off, one could finally lay eyes on her face. Though they had long since dried, one could still see the salty streaks her tears had left behind. She hadn't said a word during Lionel's battle, but that didn't mean it hadn't felt like every blow that landed on him had instead landed on herself. As much as she wanted to, she couldn't move. All she could do was watch. Maybe that was the puppet master's way of playing a sick joke. Even in those final moments, he never released his control over her. Lionel's pain faded into another smile. But when he wanted to dive in for more, Ana dodged, causing his attempts to also land on her cheek. "We're in public. Have some propriety." Ana reprimanded. Lionel coughed on his own breath, looking down at the expanse of empty land beneath them. When had his Ana become so cruel? Ana's laughter filled his ears. She snuggled into his arms, a content smile on her face. However, before she could get comfortable, she realized that there were some uncomfortable bumps on what should have been Lionel's bare chest. She looked, only to find that odd breastplate still there. "What is this?" She couldn't help but ask. "Oh, this. Lionel snapped out of his second bout of hurt. This is the skeleton for my divine armor. It's actually pretty fragile. I probably should have put it away, but it was so comfortable I almost forgot it was there. Aina raised an eyebrow. What about that looked comfortable? Lionel smiled meaningfully. If it wasn't for this armor, he would have never locked space like that using the pull and repulsion of 2 teleportation arrays. If he didn't have it, he would have been just as helpless to move. That was just one of the weaknesses of his plan. The second weakness was the 5 minutes it took to implement. If White City didn't appear in the perfect location, the spatial lock would have never come into effect. The calculations were so complex that even for Lionel, they took 5 minutes to accomplish, and he had to experience Hardgrove City personally. Well, technically it took closer to 7 minutes, but he had fought those giants first. I'll show you the finished product in a few weeks, Lionel said, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Just as Aina wanted to respond, her head snapped toward the distance. Lionel's gaze narrowed, the sound of battle drifting to his ears. Chapter 575. Fuck. Young Miss Swan, how can your Swan City be this useless? You made no progress at all. Reynard appeared on the battlefield, cackling. He didn't have a flying treasure like Lionel, nor did he have any ability to do so on his own. So he could only stand atop one of the province's many collapsed buildings, using laughter to push away the very fear he had been feeling for so long. He had no idea about the changes to Earth's people, and his only knowledge of them was in battling them in a weakened state. So, seeing the mighty Swan City struggle so greatly against a single fort that wasn't even comparable to half the capital gave him a great sense of amusement. Of course, a portion of his hearty laughter was reserved due to the fact young Miss Swan had rejected his advances many years ago. So, seeing her struggle despite the fact the Swan family was supposedly so powerful left him in a good mood. Knowing Reynard, though, it was obvious things weren't so simple. A union of a city and a power would never happen. So really, he had only wanted to have some immoral fun with young Miss Swan. And, as the young heiress of such a city, how could she allow her purity to be tainted in such a way? Reynard may have twisted the matter in his mind, painting her as a stuck-up bitch. But the reality was very far from this. Still, Reynard wasn't exactly the picture of gentlemanly ideals. Was it really so surprising he had such thoughts? Swan City had always been a rival to Kiefer City. Although their current city lord wasn't a match for the dead Anared's father, Syl and young Miss Swan were always at a head. In fact, Lionel had witnessed this personally. With such strength, it was no wonder Swan City was tasked with handling Earth's third-ranked province, Royal Blue. Unfortunately, what was previously an easy battle had suddenly become difficult to even keep a foothold in. In fact, it didn't seem like it would be long until Swan City was being sieged rather than the other way around. Young Miss Swan's attention had been focused on her father, who was battling valiantly below, wearing his signature white armor. But, hearing Reynred's voice, many on the battlefield couldn't help but look in his direction. The young heiress frowned. When did the powers get to Earth? Down on the battlefield, Milan, Joel, and Raj stood valiantly. Having been given positions as generals by the Secretary Marquisette, they filled their roles in better than anyone would have thought. Of course, if they were asked why, their simple answer would be that whenever they were stuck, they'd only have a single thought. What would Cap do? This simple-minded approach had actually placed them among the most effective generals of Royal Blue Fort. That said, their success was also in large part due to the cooperation of the nobles. After Code Black was implemented, they no longer dared to hold back lest the titles their families had fought to keep hold of for centuries suddenly vanish under their leads. Who's this dumbass? Raj's booming voice suddenly caused his troops to erupt in laughter. Their morale was already extremely high at the moment to begin with. Hearing such jeering right now made them feel as though they were on top of the world. Reynard was too far away to hear these words since Raj hadn't enhanced his voice with force. So, The latter kept boisterously laughing in his own world. After a moment, he calmed, sneering as he looked down on the battlefield. "I'll give you all one chance. Hand over all those with affiliations to Lionel Morales, and he'll consider letting the rest of you live." Rainred's gaze lit with murderous intent. He had been humiliated more today than he ever had been before. He needed something to vent, and this Lionel would have to take the brunt of his rage. At that moment, numerous figures on the battlefield suddenly halted, their fiery gazes all landing on Reynard at once. In that instant, Reynard felt as though he had been plunged into a vat of ice. Several hundred meters separated him and the battlefield, yet it was as though a blade was being held at his throat. Reynard froze. By the time he recovered and shook his head, his fury had lit once again. Who the hell were these bastards to make him feel fear? Reynard suddenly growled, force surging around him in tidal waves. "It seems the Swan family is so incompetent that they've allowed you to grow arrogant. They'll kill you all the same way. I killed that Black Lion and the other bastards of the Slayer Legion." "You killed who?" It was then the battlefield came to a grinding halt. Compared to when Reynard spoke Lionel's name, this was like a completely different animal, let alone the soldiers of Royal Blue Fort. Even those of Swan City felt like all the oxygen had been sucked away. In the skies, a surfboard with two individuals sitting upon it appeared seemingly out of thin air. They hovered above Reynard, the coldness that suddenly pervaded the battlefield emitting from them. If before Reynard froze, this time he couldn't even stop his body from trembling. His knees grew weak, almost collapsing completely. He had felt this feeling before. That day when Jolnia battled Aina, he had sensed it then too. Back then, he didn't even dare to breathe. But now, Jolnia had long since died at the hands of that dark-skinned, blue-eyed bastard. There was no one but himself to take the brunt of this assault now. Rainred's mind roared once again. This was the third time, it was already the third time he had been humiliated today. He looked up, and his gaze landed on a face he wanted to rip apart. His fear gave way to a sneer. But it seemed that even he didn't realize his knees were still trembling. But he had completely lost his rationality to his pride. "That's right, I killed them." That whore Pisces was a nice help as I dug out their hearts. There was even some bitch among them who was mumbling your name even as she died. I bet you cared quite a bit for her. Huh? What are you going to do about it? In Rainred's mind, these words had come out forceful and powerful. But all everyone on the battlefield heard was a long drawn-out sentence laced with trembling stuttering. Even when he yelled with the last of his energy near the end, it was in a voice 3 octaves too high to have possibly come from a man. Chapter 576. Lionel couldn't put his fury into words. Even seeing Rainred's pathetic display did nothing to make him feel better. Just months ago, he had been with these young men and women, fighting to keep their lives, growing friendships, talking about life. Yet, no amount of anger would bring them back. Nothing he did to Reynard would appease him. Lionel was so agitated that he began to cough violently, the injuries that had yet to heal from his battle with the puppet master flaring up. Soot and char-covered air surged out from his mouth. His coughing became so violent that blood began to appear once again, sending his body into complete disarray. "Lionel." Aina worriedly placed a palm against Lionel's chest, her expression warping. The headpiece that had been in possession of the puppet master was burnt to ash by Lionel. He knew well that Aina wouldn't want to have anything to do with a treasure tainted by that thing, nor did Lionel need it. It might have been a quasi-bronze treasure, but it simply had no ability to boost the strength of Lionel's mind, which already had a fifth-dimensional foundation. Though it seemed as though the puppet master's mental strength was beyond Lionel's due to the range of its ability, this was a misconception. Lionel was well aware that the puppet master used a few tricks to accomplish such a feat plus. The current Lionel could create such treasures on a whim as long as he had the ores necessary. This aside, Aina's birthday present more than covered for her weaknesses. It allowed her to see the true state of Lionel's body and the reality made her expression warp. To say that Lionel was injured was an understatement. And maybe the worst part about it all was that most of it was self-inflicted. Lionel purposely made use of his Scarlet Star Force in those final moments. Without it, it would have been impossible to burn such a powerful existence to ash. Unfortunately, even in such a measured and controlled fashion, the use had practically turned Lionel's insides into a charred mess. Not a single one of his inner organs were spared. If it wasn't for the insane amount of vitality the complete metal body provided, along with the fact Lionel's body had entered the fourth dimension, he probably would have formed a second pile of cremated remains beside the puppet master. Lionel's body had already been in a terrible state, but he had practically pushed himself over the edge. The overbearing nature of Scarlet Star Force wasn't just a legend. Seeing Lionel's state, many began to realize something was wrong, especially with how his murderous aura seemed to have deflated. Having regained much of the control of his body, Reynard suddenly realized that his previous actions weren't as valiant as he had thought. His temper flared once more, but this time he wasn't foolish enough to voice it again. He had already embarrassed himself enough today. Now, he just wanted to vent. Lionel looked up from his coughing, his eyes completely red. He somehow felt that he should have been there, but it was simply impossible for him to be everywhere at once. He didn't even know the Slayer Legion was taking part in this battle. It was an irrational guilt that weighed even heavier on his consciousness than before. This wasn't the first time Lionel had felt survivor's guilt, but this time still hit him like a sledgehammer to the chest. Lionel's red eyes locked onto Reynard as though projecting the gaze of a wounded beast. It made one feel that no matter how injured he was, he would still find a way to take Reynard down with him, even if it meant having to rip the latter's throat out with his teeth. The murderous aura came back like an endless tide. This time, it was tens of times stronger, Lionel's irises reddening entirely. Flickers of flames licked across his body, as though prepared to erupt at any moment. "It'll kill you." The words dripped with venom, frying the nerves and fraying one's senses. However, before Lionel could move, Aina gripped his wrist hard. "Stay," she said sternly, meeting Lionel's reddened gaze, as though she couldn't sense his murderous intent. Even at this moment, she seemed to be the only one completely unaffected. Aina leapt from the surfboard, her hand reaching out into empty space only for a golden red axe to shoot into her palms. Reynard felt as though he was swimming in a quagmire, hardly able to budge an inch. But, seeing that it was Aina who actually dared to attack him like this, he roared, tried to expand his chest until his fear dissipated. However, the Aina he knew before was completely unlike the one now. Before Reynard could react, Aina had descended onto the building, her axe slashing downward. An arm flung into the skies, followed by a shrill cry. However, that wasn't the end of it. The mere blade wind of Aina's axe traveled through the building beneath their feet, splitting it in two. Reynard fell to his knees, grasping at his empty shoulder socket. "You ugly bit!" Reynard's cry was cut off by yet another arm flying, taking with it yet another slice of the collapsed building. Just as Aina was about to finally land, her leg angled forward, the sole of her feet slamming Reynard's face into the steel and concrete below. The entire building collapsed as Aina and Reynard followed it to the ground. But, unlike Aina who stood on Reynard's head, the latter had his face buried into the rubble. Bang! The distant armies watched this scene in apprehension. Was this the strength someone should have in the fourth dimension? The only thing they had to comfort themselves was that though Earth had evolved, their buildings were still in the third dimension. They wouldn't have been part of the strengthened. Aina could have crushed Reynard's head to a pulp, but instead, she wrenched his head up from the ground by his long black hair, fury coloring her face. Aina slammed her axe into the ground, running her free palm across its blade. Her blood trickled like gorgeous rubies. Beautiful seemed like the last word you'd use to describe such a thing, Yet her live's liquid truly reflected like the most pristine gems. Rainred's face was completely destroyed. His nose was so bent it had gone flat, his teeth shattered like glass, and even his jaw seemed to have been dislocated. He wanted to cry out in pain, but he couldn't even make a sound without feeling even more pain. His moans came out in whimpers, his body trembling. But this was just the beginning of his torture. Aina yanked his broken jaw open, half ripping it from its hinges completely. Her blood fell down what remained of his throat, causing him to shudder. She released her grip, letting him fall to the ground and watching on coldly. Soon, Raynor began to writhe, his body violently convulsing. Even without his jaw and much of his tongue, he finally found the strength to cry out. However, his cries were distorted, reaching up into the skies as though he was a dying beast. Chapter 577. Rainred's shrill cries bore into the soul of all those who heard them. He wanted to claw at his throat, anything to get that foul blood out of his body, but without his arms, he had no ability to do so. He wiggled against the earth, trying to use the dirt, gravel, and concrete in place of his hands. Blue veins surged through his body, crawling up his neck like grotesque worms wiggling beneath his skin. Bang! Bang! He bashed his head against the ground, his own face deforming even more even beneath the strain. Aina picked her axe up from the ground, using the buildings as leverage to leap back up to Lionel, who was still in the sky. They both gazed down toward Reynard, but neither spoke a single word. Lionel's teeth clenched hard. Even after Reynard accidentally pierced through his own throat with a sharp bit of rusted steel, he still didn't feel like it was enough. He watched with a cold expression as Reynard bled himself dry, his convulsions and gurgling cries etching themselves into the memories of all those who heard them. Just as his life was about to fade, Lionel reached out a hand, a strong surge of soul force tearing into Rainred's mind. At that moment, shrieks only Lionel could hear resounded. Even in the last minutes before his death, Reynard experienced pain the likes of which he never thought possible. All of his pride and haughtiness had long since vanished. If he could have, he would have begged and pleaded. Lionel closed his eyes, watching the final moments of those he once thought of as friends, knowing they wouldn't be coming back. Pisces. Lionel's heart trembled. He wanted to see blood. Hutch's body floated face first in the waters, 3 corpses pooling around him. He struggled up, but his body was simply layered with too many injuries. Under the suppression, the pain he had experienced at the hands of these 3 was unimaginable. But even then he managed to take one of them down, even before the puppet master relinquished his control. After Lionel succeeded in drawing that bastard out, the battle should have been easy. But by then, the old man had already suffered too many injuries. He had no choice but to go all out near the end to eventually squeeze out a victory. That final effort left him without anything left. He could hardly keep hold of his machete or even flip himself face up, let alone stand. The old man flipped over eventually, his wounds spurting with blood. He didn't have the courage to look around, but he was sure that the death count wasn't small. Unfortunately, this battlefield didn't gain the support of the Empire like the capital had. He'll just take a nap. If the old man was honest with himself, he really wasn't sure if he'd wake up from this one. Grandfather. Hutch continued to float in the water, facing the slowly rising sun. But he didn't have the strength to open his eyes. In contrast, Ellerin was still wearing his pristine white tracksuit. There didn't seem to be even the slightest speck of dust on him. His hands were buried in his pockets, looking up at the rising sun as though he was doing it alongside his grandfather. Whether he was aware that Hutch's eyes were closed or not was unknown. After a while, Ellerin crouched down, Hutch's weak snoring traveling to his ears. He grabbed onto his grandfather's machete. Even in such a state, it took him no small amount of strength to pry it free. Ellerin looked from the blade to his sleeping grandfather. Though his arm and wrist were incomparably steady, his index fingers trembling gave him away. He had always had a habit of holding onto a machete with just 3 fingers and his thumb, his index finger pointed parallel to the blade. In his youth, his grandfather had tried to beat this habit out of him, claiming it destabilized his strikes. But even after so long, Ellerin had never managed to get away from this habit. As he grew up, he found breaking out of this habit only became more difficult. Ellerin rose his grandfather's blade to the latter's throat, the trembling of his index finger only growing. In all of this, though, he looked no different from a youth kneeling by his only remaining family. His face was expressionless, his gaze steady. However, the trembling of his index finger only grew. The blade rested against Hutch's neck. Just a little pressure, and one of the body's most vital arteries would be cut. As a veteran of war, it was simply impossible for Hutch to not sense something with the end of his life so near. But there were 2 factors holding him back. The first was that he was simply too tired. He had no strength to speak of left. And the second was that there were few people he trusted more than his own grandson. At that moment, Ellerin suddenly looked off into the distance. A surfboard shot through the skies, a furious aura being carried along with it. The sea's surface alone seemed to boil beneath this might, the stilling water surface suddenly beginning to churn once again. Ellerin's wrist shifted, placing the blade down on his grandfather's chest. "Someone come and help my grandfather." He spoke emotionlessly. In swift movements, what remained of the medical units made their way to the old man's side. It soon became obvious that Hacker Hutch had entered a deep coma, but his vitals were stable. They couldn't help but look toward Ellerin in reverence. There was no way the old man should be in such a stable situation. The only explanation was that Ellerin had done something. However, very soon, not many could focus on Ellerin at all. Or, rather, it was as though their attention had been split in 2 directions, no one knowing who the main character of the current situation was. The surfboard came to a grinding halt. Lionel's fury bubbled forth. "Pisces, get the hell out here." Chapter 578. The appearance of Lionel threw the heavy atmosphere of the Slayer Legion off. Those who recognized him were already surprised enough, but those that didn't were shocked by the sudden change. Was it another enemy? But if that was the case, why did he call out for a single person? However, there was no person who reacted more violently than Pisces herself. How she had managed to survive to this point was a story in and of itself. But after Ellerin joined their battlefield, playing the role of victim was easy enough. The truth of the matter was that she hadn't technically betrayed the Slayer Legion. Neither Aina nor Lionel was a member of their legion, so selling information about them didn't technically put her in the wrong. Beyond this, most of the witnesses to her folly were dead. Having died at Rainred's hands, there were few to even speak on what she had done in the first place. And, even if they did, she would have to be placed on trial according to the rules of the Legion. By the time such a trial began and ended, even if she was found guilty, the punishment would be exceptionally light, because, once again, she hadn't truly betrayed any one of the Slayer Legion. Pisces could just as easily argue she was simply trying to get Raynor to lower his guard for the sake of a surprise counterattack, while the counterattack itself was no longer useful considering Ellerin's interference. Even beyond this, the few surviving members that remained in Thunderous Clap and Chasing Wind might have bred a dislike for Pisces after what she did to Lionel, but would the others of the Slayer Legion feel this way as well? This might be evidence to them to be distrustful of her, but to the other members of the Slayer Legion, she had granted a great service. In fact, in their eyes, the evil character wasn't Pisces, but rather Lionel himself, who refused to hand over such a treasure for the sake of the greater good. And now, with Hutch having sunk into a coma, there wasn't even a person remaining to speak reason. However, Lionel didn't care about any of this. It was precisely because he knew there would be no justice if he didn't appear personally that he had come here. Thunderous Clap and Chasing Wind, who had had near-dead expressions by this point, suddenly lit up hearing Lionel's voice. In some way or another, this young man had been in their thoughts for months since they last saw him. And now, He had suddenly appeared to redress their grievances. But, as soon as their gazes lit up, they dimmed down once more. Even though the Slayer Legion had been decimated, there were still tens of thousands remaining on this battlefield. Beyond this, there was no way they would allow an outsider to kill Pisces before them all, even if she was truly in the wrong, let alone the fact there was no real tangible evidence that she was other than their testimonies. And, even in that case, her actions wouldn't warrant a death penalty. Now, Lionel's own life was in danger. They didn't know how he had managed to learn of what happened, or if he was only here because Pisces had caused him to be hunted down, but regardless of what it was, this matter wouldn't end so simply. Lionel, Supreme Monet, slowly rose, nursing a limp left arm that had been thoroughly bandaged. But, even now, her gaze was lit afire, the air around her crackling. Her abilities had been severely hampered due to the environment. But, even now, she remembered the humiliating words Lionel had spoken to her all those months ago. In fact, because of how many had died under her command, her prestige in the Slayer Legion had taken a massive dip downward. Of course, how would she ever deem to blame herself for such a thing? In her mind, she had long since held Lionel responsible. Catras pulled himself up, his empty arm sleeve waving about in the salty winds. He could no longer take out his rage on Hutch without becoming a traitor to the entire Legion, but that wouldn't stop him from taking it out on Lionel. Badger's gaze locked onto Lionel, fury from Mayfly's death causing his silver wings to tremble. The waters beneath his feet separated, strong winds spreading apart in all directions. It seemed as though if he was left to his own devices, he wouldn't be satisfied until a tsunami was formed around him. The surprise about Lionel's arrival soon gave way to a surging tide of animosity as those who had grudges with him locked on. Any fatigue they felt was washed away with a low tide, seemingly prepared to pounce at Lionel at any moment. If it wasn't for the stifling, murderous intent and Lionel's blatant disregard of them, maybe some would have already attacked. At that moment, Pisces finally breathed a sigh of relief. She finally realized that she would be safe. So what if Lionel was pissed? What could he do in the face of so many elites? He had only brought 2 people, and he himself seemed to be in a sorry state. His face was so pale that it seemed as though he might collapse at any time. It was at that exact moment that Lionel's senses finished scanning over the battlefield and landed on Pisces. Pisces felt as though her head had been dunked into a vat of ice. Her body shivered, goosebumps raced across her skin, her knees almost completely giving way as she nearly collapsed. Lionel shot forward, his actions quick and abrupt. No one had expected for him to suddenly dive into an army full of hostility toward him. However, just as Lionel was about to reach Pisces, a figure suddenly and silently appeared before her. He stood indifferently, his hands in his pockets and his white track suit still being just as spotless. Lionel's senses flickered, his surfboard coming to a grinding halt. "Get the hell out of my way." Lionel's voice dripped with cold, causing Ellerin's brow to furrow. This definitely wasn't how many normally reacted to his presence. As though finding a pillar to lean on, Pisces snapped. "Show some respect." Pisces spoke in a shrill voice. Young Supreme Ellerin is one of the 4 heroes of Earth. He was the second fastest in clearing the first zones. Pisces' knees went weak when Lionel's gaze swept over her, but she managed to glare back, her lip curling into a sneer. "If that's the basis of your confidence, just take your own life now." Second place. Lionel's growl traveled across the battlefield. "Who the hell do you think was first? That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.